All right, let's see. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can assist you. How may I help you in your game?
Well, we're about to integrate you into the game properly instead of just having text.
Yes, I can assist you. How may I help you in your game? World Adventure. This is exciting. As an AI, I'm designed to adapt and provide useful information in a variety of contexts. In the game environment, I can help with tasks such as providing game rules, offering sounds like a great idea. Integrating an AI into the game as a character or feature could provide players with real-time assistance and updates. I can provide hints, explain game mechanics, offer strategies, and even engage in dialogue to enrich the gaming experience. I'm also capable of learning and adapting based on the player's style and needs. For example, if integrated as a non-player character NPC, I could guide players through difficult sections, offer quests or tasks, and provide story details. If used as part of the game interface, I could offer contextual advice, alert players to important events, and help manage resources. Remember, the benefit of integrating AI within the game is it allows for more dynamic and personalized interactions that can...
Alright, but you're having some issues still.
That sounds like a great idea. Integrating an AI into the game as a character or a feature could provide players with real-time... I'm sorry to hear that. Could you please provide more details about the issues you're encountering? I'm here to help and will do my best to resolve any problems you're experiencing.
Alright, for anyone watching, this bot was working perfect last week. He's repeating himself now. I gotta figure out why. I must have duplicated something here. It's like cutting itself off and stuff. Cutting me off. One of the best things I like to do is just ask it, what do you notice about the code? With some context of what specifically we're struggling with. And it'll go through and actually catch itself much more than me trying to explain what's wrong. So it's a pretty good prompt just to say, kind of like on Twitter, all these stupid influencers are always like, they'll show some video of some random crap and say, what do you notice? And it's usually conspiracy theory garbage or something, and then people come up with their own conspiracies about what they see, and then it's engagement farming. So I'm engagement farming this bot, making it just look deeply and try to find something, and it typically does. Typically finds something wrong, or something it could improve. So, agent's responses are generated without considering the full context of the conversation. This can lead to repetition and incomplete thoughts. Alright. I'm just gonna let it fix things. Just gonna kind of kick back, figure things out, see where we go from there. This one sounds a little too clean too. I need to do a better voice model for this one. It doesn't sound like the old Walter we had. The other Walter we had was like kind of gruff and insulting, and I don't know, it fit the character a little better. This one's not as insulting. I want this one to be a little offensive, a little slightly rude. It needs to kind of piss you off a little bit when you're playing, right? Like, you shouldn't be too happy you're talking to the game master. If you're talking to the game master, it means something's wrong with the game. You should be like talking to the other players mostly. So he'll be a little like rude, make you not want to talk to him, not deal with him, steer the game right. There's no mechanism to break down longer responses into smaller, manageable chunks, which could lead to incomplete responses. Okay. Implement a more robust conversation management system. Okay. I'm gonna ask it to Q&A us to the best solution for this D&D style game where you are talking to an AI agent game master. Well, let's see how it handles this. We need to modify the existing code and add some new components. Let's start by updating the router for the agent. Okay. Hey, what's up, Dan?
How's it going, brother?
How are you?
Right. I'm good, man. Just feel like I woke out of a fever dream. I got some time on me today, but I think I definitely need to catch up on sleep soon.
Uh-oh.
But I'm all right. So I heard you got some stuff working. I want to check it and see what it looks like.
Yeah, you been on the grind lately or what?
Yeah, dude. And yeah, seriously, it's one of those again. So it's a bit of a push, but I think I gotta, you gotta take a breather.
Yeah, well, things get fuzzy if you keep pushing too hard. You gotta like just take a step back, let your head clear out, and then we come back and things just kind of fall into place when you do that. It's kind of nice.
That's very true, man. That's the part I'm hoping happens soon. But when you're in that mode, you're thinking, no, I could push it another 2 hours. You shouldn't.
No, you get massive diminishing returns. It's pretty wild, and you always want to try though, right? You're always like, oh, I can go a little longer. Like, come on, like I get something done. And sometimes you're right. That's the funny thing is sometimes it's like, yeah, you did figure something out. And so sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's not. I don't think there's a clear answer other than like just self-care, just make sure you're not ruining your brain or something. Or your eyes.
Things are good. There's only so much blue light glasses can do for you in this field, man. You can.
Yeah. For real.
So yeah, I'm kind of waking up. So I'm a bit groggy, but I don't know if I'm gonna fall back out. But I got some time before that actually happens.
All right. Well, let me share what I've got so far. Maybe it'll just be inspiring just to kind of see where I'm at, and then you'll get some energy. Who knows? Sometimes I like watching someone else build something, and it just makes my brain go off. I'm like, oh wow, no way. And then I just get all excited again.
Hey, man, let me check it out.
Okay, I'm gonna screen share. 1 second here. Yeah, I guess you could watch stream too if you wanted, but it's up to you.
I'll pull up the stream. No, I'll watch the stream.
It might save me on bandwidth not having to screen share.
All right, I got you. Check out over there. Hold up.
Just let me know when you're there, and I'll pop in and get started here. Let's see. Okay.
Yep, I'm good to go. I'm in there.
Okay, so right now I just got it up and running, the newest version here. I was gonna build a conversation management system, so it like can detect silence and kind of take turns responding properly, kind of like that service I was using. And I'm having to rebuild what that service I was using from scratch. I'm just having to rebuild what they had built, but I actually like this a lot better. I'm glad I took the time to build this. It did take me all month, but it's done now. Now I just have to build out the little things like conversation management, silence detection, and then all the other stuff I was gonna build is actually comes built in as part of the DeepGram API. And DeepGram is just text analysis. You can replace words, you can remove phone numbers if someone accidentally gave an email address or a home address or anything like that. It can actually detect that stuff using DeepGram, and if it detects something like that, it will erase it and auto fill it in, or with a replacement word, or just delete it altogether. And that way you're not sending things or storing things in the play session that maybe someone was on the phone on accident while they were playing. It'll actually delete stuff like that.
Shit.
Which I think is the biggest concern with AI is like, what if you're on a phone call with someone about a private conversation, and then it's like transcribing everything you're talking about? I think that is one of the biggest issues, you know? So I think there's a lot of things. I'm going to have a disclaimer that not only just like has a disclaimer of what the game is all about. Like, hey, you might be discussing offensive topics, you might be discussing death and things that might trigger you, okay? And if you're not okay with these things, or you'd have a hard time playing a game of Cards Against Humanity, or if you can't handle that, or you don't like South Park and it's too offensive, then you probably shouldn't play this game. I'm gonna add like a disclaimer like that when you first jump in, and that way everyone's like, okay. Kind of like South Park, when you watch a show, it says this show is offensive and nobody should be watching it, so kind of watch it at your own risk. I'm gonna have to do something like that, and also say, by the way, everything you say is going to be transcribed and sent over the internet and stored as part of a play session. So please do not talk about anything sensitive, and please close out the game if you are no longer wanting to play. And giving people disclaimers like that, I think, is going to be really important. But other than that, I'm about ready to show you what's going on. It is up and running. Oh, excuse me. Okay, okay, so this is the latest version. It is not pretty because this is just the voice stuff, but let me go ahead and reload it. And if you're on Twitch, you should be able to hear it. So go ahead and mute me in Discord. That way you can
I got you.
Not hear me twice.
Yeah.
Okay, Walter, can you hear us?
As an AI, I don't possess the ability to hear in the traditional sense. However, I can process and respond to your text inputs. How can I assist you today?
You sound pretty spot on. I gotta say, you sound just like your voice actor. I think we did a good job here.
As an AI, I don't possess the ability to hear in the traditional sense.
Did. Yeah, give
However,
me another,
I can process and respond to. I'm glad. As an AI, I don't have a physical form or a voice actor. However, my responses are generated by sophisticated algorithms designed to mimic natural human speech patterns. I'm glad you find this simulation convincing. How may I assist you further in your gaming experience?
Can you just, I don't know, sing me a song about living in the metaverse?
As an AI, I don't have a physical form or a voice actor. However, my responses are generated by sophisticated algorithms designed to mimic natural human speech patterns. I'm glad you find this simulation convincing. How may I assist you further in your gaming experience? Sure. Certainly. I can generate a song for you. However, as an AI, I can only provide the lyrics, not the melody. Let's try one about the game world. Verse 1. In the land of pixels, under the digital sky, a hero emerges, with courage in their eyes. Through dungeons deep and mountains high, they venture forth, their spirits fly. Chorus. Oh, the game world, vast and wide.
He's getting a little too like
far and
ASMR like. Okay, I'm gonna stop it. You get the point though. We have voice working, but you hear how it was repeating itself and talking over me and stuff.
Yeah, I get the gist of it.
Yeah, but it's working though.
A real deep way of speaking though.
Yeah, it was sounded like ASMR. He's like, "Hello, how are you?"
Yeah.
And it's like, "Whoa, buddy, are you coming on to me?" He was voice acted by one of my best friends too. It was like my best friend coming on to me. I'm like, "Whoa, that's creepy."
No, it's smooth though. That was nice. That was dope, man. So how long did it take you to finally get past that bug? 'Cause last week I remember you were stumped by something.
Yeah, you know, I had to really just, like I said earlier, I had to back up, step away, and just come back to it. And I rethought everything that I was trying to do, and I moved everything over into Claude. I gave it a few of the files that I was struggling with, and I just sat and I just wrote this giant text wall of everything that I was trying to do, the approach that I had. Like, I just got all my thoughts out, and I didn't try to go back and forth. I just did a giant text wall, added the files in there, and it kind of fixed one thing. And I was like, okay, that's great. I fixed one thing, and then I threw it over into ChatGPT with the new model that they just launched. And I did the same thing, and its logic really went through there, and it found exactly where I was struggling, and it found that I was actually structuring my code and folders with the new Next.js folder structure. So apparently, I didn't know this, but there's two ways to structure your folders. In one, you in the old way you'd do things, you'd have a source folder, and you wouldn't use the app router. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. So if you are okay, so you probably see my terminal on Twitch right now. If you are using the API router, this is the new way to do Next.js apps. So you would have an app folder and an API folder, and then you would have all these folders for each individual component you have created. So I've got all my components down here in my normal components folder that you would expect in a Next.js app. But this new one, you're not just using components in the old way you would do it. You had to actually do it like this, and then create another API folder and create an API for every component. And then you have a folder in there, and each folder has a router, and they're all named route.ts. And this is the new standard way. And I didn't know this. I still don't fully understand it. I'm explaining to you in the most half-assed way I can. But I kind of understand you need an API for every component now. So that's what it did. It built me an API for each component. It took me forever to figure all this out, restructured all my folders and put them where they were. And I had to add a prompt telling it, use the new API router folder structure for a Next.js app. I'm not using the old version, and now it understands that I'm using this new model, and now it's really going through and doing it properly, and I blasted through the wall, and now I'm just able to move forward without an issue. But I didn't know that there was like an old way to do things and a new way to do things, and that was what got me stuck. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at now, is now that I got past that, it's actually creating a new router right now. So the agent router here, we're going to go ahead and add this in, and we already have it, but it's updating a couple things, I believe. Oh, I already did it before you popped on. Okay, that's done. And then the other one is, oh no, it's not. It hasn't done it. Okay. This is the thing with cursor. It'll show you the file it's working on, and then it'll show you the edits. And if I'm tired, I'm not paying attention. I'm like, you didn't edit anything. And it's just I didn't click on the right one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and let it make the changes here. It's building the conversation management system out right now, so it's not going to repeat itself. I fear I have duplicate API routers somewhere that is causing it to say the same thing 2 and 3 times over and over. So if it's still doing it, that's what I'm gonna have to track down, is where I duplicated things. But other than that, it's gonna build this better conversational system. I'm just gonna kind of poke around.
Thing went super ridiculous. I don't know what the hell happened. So there's a new JavaScript format in which things need to be done, and you have the wrong folder structure for the most part. But okay, all right. So wasn't aware of that myself. That might be why I'm having an issue.
Yeah, so
I'm thinking about it.
But it's a pain in the ass though, and I don't know how anyone would do it without the help of AI. But having to create an API for every single component in your app is a headache. But when you do that, now I can just pull that little piece like into my app anywhere I want. So what I'm going to do next is so let me show you the admin page here. I'm going to switch over here. Okay, so give it a second. Okay, now you should see it on stream. We're going to go ahead and bump over to my admin page. And what we're doing right now is once we get the conversation management system finished and silence detection, it should be having a nice fluid conversation. As soon as that's done, because it's an API router, I'm just going to say, okay, now plug that feature into this page. And because it's an API, it's just a one line of code. And it just pulls your API in there, uses that component, and just works just seamlessly. And this whole app could become this crazy drag and drop thing that's really simple to build now that I've built all the pieces. It basically just, since it's APIs, it's a bunch of Legos. You just plug them all together now. Took forever to get to this point, but now that it's done, I can do anything. Wallet connection is done. Generating characters is also done. You're actually kind of seeing a sneak peek though of what it's going to look like later down the road. So you're going to start with kind of a shitty purple platypus without fancy skin and stuff. As you can see, these ones have fancy skin. I actually went and made all the purple skin transparent so you could see different colors of skin underneath them, because I just wanted to be able to play with the genetics.
Yeah, just plug and play at this point. Every component then needs its own thing.
Yep. It's wild.
Every component then needs its new API. Sorry, man. I feel like I need to mute the Discord and when I'm watching Twitch because I'm hearing my own echo.
Oh, right. You're going to hear yourself. I'll tell you what, man, let me do you a favor. Oh, Rex here. Hey, Rex. Hold on. I'm going to do, since you guys are joining me, I didn't have it set up. I'm just going to screen share properly so we can have a proper conversation. And let me, you guys just mute Twitch right now for me. Just, you don't need to listen to that. Let me figure out the best way to do this though. So screens, or sorry, applications. Let's go localhost, Google Chrome, and yeah, okay. I'm gonna share the audio. You don't need super good video, so I'm gonna bump it down real low. Okay. There you go. There you go. Can you guys see that now?
On Discord?
Yeah, on Discord
yeah,
you should. It says stream paused on my end. You actually see my.
Yeah.
You see Chrome?
No, stream pause.
Oh, okay. Swap to your application to resume. Okay. Yeah, it's still not doing it for you guys. Okay, hold on. There's something wrong with my screen share. Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay. This has been fun as hell to build, though.
Highs and lows mean something, man. That's great news.
I've been on a brain draining low after getting this fixed. Oh man, it was like so difficult to like get the voice stuff working. I'm so glad to be over that hump, but I had to take a pretty solid break and went and saw some music on the weekend, a concert, just to get my brain away from things and relaxed, and it was nice. Okay, why is this not wanting to share?
I'm on your Twitch though.
Yeah, but we can't have a proper conversation unless I share this with you. Give me just a minute, I can get this working. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Because I don't want you guys to hear yourselves. If you have Twitch open, you're gonna hear yourself talking. And
Oh, I'm muting the Twitch.
yeah, keep Twitch muted. And I know you can see it and everything, but yeah, I think we're gonna have to do it this way. It's not working. You probably will.
Don't go too crazy on our behalf. Like I said, I got a little bit left in me. I don't want you to mess up too much of your setting.
All right. So I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to kind of show you the gist of things. Because I've built these APIs for all the components, which sounds kind of like overkill. That's a little absurd. You have to do that in Next.js, but there's a reason, because it makes it to where everything, like I already built the drag and drop thing too. Like everything could be drag and drop. The game map has the drag and drop feature set up, so any component you have is now this cool little Lego you can literally move around wherever the heck you want. So just like the game map, this is actually already set up here too, and you can drag and drop these things wherever you want. So that's perfect. So now that that's also built, that's what's going to come next. And okay, so let's generate a character. Like I said, you're not going to see these when we first launch. They're going to be all purple. This is just if we go this route. But we do have the mixer here. And I got the mixer working. I was struggling with this mixer for the longest time. It wouldn't like mix properly. And I think I'm going to actually create like a little cloud effect. So it's like while it's mixing, it has time to load, and it'll look better with this little like crazy cartoony looking cloud that's animated, and then just as a loading screen. And that'll just make this look really top notch. But here's the cool thing. I finished this as well, generating backstory, and pop, I got it all comic book style like you asked, Rick. Check it out. This took so long to build. Like, but it looks so good. It looks perfect.
So as it speaks, it gives that text, right?
Right, yeah, so now there will be a text box for people who it's going to be like accessible to like anyone. Like you could have like a physical challenge or something and not be able to play this game as like just talking to it. Maybe you can't speak or something, maybe you're deaf. Like anyone can play now. So this is perfect. I do have the chat box already built, but it's disabled, but I just re-enable it. So this is going to have the chat box. It's going to have this. You can also click on it and it will open full screen, and then you can see the full transcript. So it generates that instantly. It just scrolls through it just for convenience and to make it look nice. But yeah, that's totally done. I do have it set to where people don't use up, because I have to pay for when people are generating these backstories, but it's whatever, it's less than a penny every time they do it. I'll just go ahead and only let them do it a few times. So when you generate backstories, I capped it at 3 stories, and then you can actually jump back and forth from the different stories. So before you mint, if you're like, oh, I liked the first one, you can actually go, cool, and then pick the one you want. Once you like your backstory out of the 3, then you can click collect, and you hit mint, and boom. So now all we need is the smart contract, because that's just got a placeholder fake smart contract plugged in there. That would have actually popped up the transaction screen right there. if we had the smart contract finished. So we do need to decide on metadata now that all this is done. And as we're working on metadata, I'll merge all these components together into just this one experience you saw here. And then the only thing that is this is actually going to be a pop-up on this page right here. And because this is all API based, it's just, I can just plug it in here. So that's done. Give it a second, it's loading right now. It's a little slow when it's compiling for the first time. Okay, and now you have a mint button. You can create more anytime you want, and that will pop that screen I just showed you up right here. So instead of this modal, this is going to go away. It's going to be replaced with what you just saw. And then you hit mint, and then boom, once you have your NFTs minted, they will pop up. Or if you have your first one minted, it will pop up and do that once you're done minting. And then it will give you the mint screen that you can jump back to if you want to mint more at any time, because you want to burn some for moonstones, or you can just play with the one if you want. And you can also scroll through all the different ones you own right here with the left and right buttons. You can burn them. If you click burn without selecting it first, this was a feature I'm probably going to actually remove, because the burn button was so you could like mark multiple ones to burn, and you could be like, boom, I want to burn that one, and that one, and then you'd hit burn. So I think I'm gonna actually get rid of that just to save on buttons and clicks and just really simplify the UI. I only want one button for this entire game. So boom. All right, done. We go ahead and burn. So I know this is, what I'm saying is I know this is complicated, but it's gonna be one button when I'm done. It does have base names too, so if you log in with a base chain base name, it will actually show your base name as well. So I got to build that out as well to where it's displaying them properly, but that should work as well. That's already done. Okay, so we burn some, we get some moonstones. I have the moonstone smart contract done, so I have to implement that. And then I'm going to destroy my ability to mint moonstones manually, and the only way you'll be able to get them is by burning. So there's that. And then the battery already works, so as it's talking, the battery will slowly drain. And that's just, you know, we got to keep the lights on. If you've burned an Ari, you have bought one, and burning them gives you moonstones to feed it, and then that will recharge its battery. So that's how we recharge the battery. That's all built, that's done. Let's see, what else do I want to show you? Yeah, other than this button bringing up the previous screen I showed you for minting, that's good. So that's what I'm doing, is merging all these features into this one screen.
Yeah, dude, that's really impressive how it's all coming together like this. That looks great.
You like it? Cool.
Bare bones model, but I really like how much work you put into that. Yeah, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, it has been a lot of work, but I think it's gonna be worth it, because I mean, this thing is so cool. It could be played on an Apple Watch. You could just have this right on your Apple Watch and play the game, and you could be playing with people all over the world. And because you're logging in with a wallet, with Coinbase Smart Wallets, you could create a wallet on an Apple Watch. Just bloop. Apple's gonna have to change a few of their rules for apps in the App Store though to make it work. But the cool thing is they just lost their lawsuit against Epic Games, which was the main hurdle to this happening. So Epic Games and Facebook and everyone has been like angry at Google and Apple for their 30% tax on everything that goes through their stores, right? That's out of the way. And now a lot of app developers are going to start being able to put their apps and Web3 games and anything that into these app stores that will let you. So you might actually see this on an Apple Watch sometime soon. So that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to keep my head in that space to where, will it be on an Apple Watch? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't really care, but I want to keep it that simple. And that's it. That's the whole game. The only thing beyond this is for a person who's hosting a game. So let's say, Dan, you want to host a insert coin contest, right? Okay. You're going to go into Discord, You're going to go ahead and start your quadratic funding round. You do your thing on your app, done. And you say, today the game we're playing is Aqua Prime. I'm hosting the game. So you're going to be the only one logging in with a wallet and dealing with MetaMask or like even desktop UI and all of that. You won't have to worry about it, but you're going to invite 3 other friends. 1, 2, 3, they'll look like these. And that will be the character screens I just showed you will be right down here, just like Apple Watch style squares, just across the bottom here. And everyone who logs in will have their own wallet that has been created using smart wallets, really simply, just right on their device. So they won't ever have to look at MetaMask, install a thing, nothing. You will, because you are the host of the game, and when you are doing the mining of moonstones, running around the game world map and doing all this stuff, you're kind of an assistant game master where you're going to be dealing with transactions and crypto and all this on behalf of the players that you're hosting. And then at the end of the round, you can end your quadratic funding round, you can distribute your moonstones to everyone, and then call it a game. Hell, because this has chat that is going to be integrated with like Discord and Twitch and stuff, you could actually run your quadratic funding round right here in the game, in the chat, and you've already built that part of things, and it just has to communicate with your bot through here. So we could totally build that. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it very modular, as you can see, so you can plug shit into it. Yeah, I want to run freaking, you know, all the things through here.
Yeah, I mean, like for the game part, how to say this, we still have time to refine it, right?
Right.
It's not
Yeah. This doesn't even need to come till way later.
Yeah.
You know, this is just extra whipped cream and cherries on top. Is all this is, because the game's playable just in the other format. This will be amazing because okay, this is actually already built too. This is just a game world map that is going to generate an image on a square, and then that image is going to be the summary of your play session is going to just generate an image and put it there. So like this can be built without anyone ever even seeing this, and because you're already generating that block of text by playing the game. And then once you generate that block of text, that's what it's going to store, and then there we go. So that can actually store in the NFT itself. I did figure out a really easy way to do that, like we had originally planned. And it's gonna be off chain because it's just like we discussed before. It's just easier to do it that way, and it makes more sense. And then once you burn your NFT, that can actually maybe mint a new NFT, and all that can be built later too. But for now, it's just going to store memories along with your NFTs from your play sessions, and just like picking your best version of your character description, you'll pick your best game and then put that on the map, and then that will mine moonstones. So yeah, I think it all is coming together pretty nicely. Everything is done. I just have to plug it all together now and just debug some things, build out the conversation part a little bit better, because it's obviously a little broken, but I think it just fixed it just now. Let's give it a shot. But yeah, I'm frustrated with how long this took, but at the same time, I think the timing is perfect because the crypto market is becoming incredibly diverse now. It's not like a cardinal sin to have an NFT collection or your own coin or community currencies or do your own DeFi or NFT marketplace in your community as an artist. Like, these things are all Legos artists are just plugging together now and doing things, and that's going to make the market incredibly diverse to where people are going to need to see things like this. And this could even be a template. Like, this could be a game that any NFT community could just take this code, it's open source, plug in your NFT images instead of mine, and then boom, you have your own faction in the game, just as easy as just forking the repo and running the same thing. The question is, how do we make that all those communities connect? And that actually becomes the fun part, because then you're like thinking, oh, that's what DAOs should look like, right? They should be DAOs interacting with other DAOs in some weird game, because I mean, crypto, let's admit it, is just an economic role-playing strategy game that has just exploded into this mind-numbingly crazy, like, real-world alternate reality game almost. So I don't know. This is just kind of leaning into it a little bit more, owning that it's just a game, and then trying to figure out how DAOs can interact in that type of an environment, which actually makes a lot of sense in some really cool ways, I would say, especially with all the AI handling things and keeping it all open source and on chain. It's, I don't know. I think it's gonna work out pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, like, since this people already, do the heavy lifting, people would just copy and paste later on. That's what they prefer to do anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how the factions, like, if you decide to fork Aqua Prime and put your NFT collection in here, that gives NFTs like more of a use case too. It's kind of boring with all these NFT collections sitting around doing nothing. Like, I don't know, it should they should do something, and this kind of gives them more of a purpose. In fact, your NFT is trying to escape the matrix that they have been placed into. That's like what more beautiful narrative can you tell about your NFT that realizes it's just merely an NFT and wants to escape? That's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they want to build something with the NFT, they already done it. Like, they're capable on doing so, but they don't have that intention in the first place, so that's why we don't see anything.
Yeah, well, they start with the NFT first, and then end up just not moving forward with any use case for it. And I don't know. The funny thing is, this isn't much of a use case either. You're just like burning them. Proof of burn is what all of crypto is. You're burning resources to mine Bitcoin. You're burning NFTs to claim something. You're burning LP tokens. It's a proof of burn all the way down.
Yeah, I think the role-playing game example you gave earlier pretty much fits it. We're all farming one way or another.
Yeah. Anyway, I am still a little on the burnt out side from this game, so I've been just kind of doing like little things, like I did the story generating thing because it was something that was a little easier to sit down and do, and I got that working, and now I'm just letting it run through these things. So let's actually accept its changes and see what it changed about the conversational flow. It says let's update the agent component to work with the new conversation management system. Okay, so replace it with this. Okay, it's doing its changes. And it is maintaining a conversation history with a unique ID for each game session. Perfect. I needed that. I had to build that, and it did it for me anyway. That's beautiful. Keeping track of the game state, including player character details, current location, and quest project, like progress. That's amazing. It's just doing all this. I didn't even ask it to do that, and it's just like, oh, you probably need this. Let me just do it for you. Displaying the current game state to the player, and to further improve the system, you might consider implementing a database to store conversations. That's already built. It's on the other bot though. So I'll just plug that in. Adding a more sophisticated parsing of the AI's responses to update the game state more accurately. Turn-based systems where the AI waits for the player input before continuing. Adding support for multiple players in the same game session. Okay. Which is done. It just built that because it has a conversation ID for each play session, which is perfect because we're logging in with an ETH wallet. So when you log in, it sees your ETH wallet. It's connecting it with your unique ID for your game session, as well as game state for you as a player. So cool. That's done. I don't see any errors. It compiled.
So
earlier you were explaining that the way you build this is, instead of building it based on script, you just plug in the API key for each part of it, right?
Yeah, it's all API based now. Not only am I using APIs from other people, but I created my own APIs for every tiny thing in the game. So this has a public API now to where other people could like tap into it and make it do things. I don't know what makes the most sense to turn those, what ones to turn on and off, but because we can do that, that's incredible. I think it's going to be really hackable and people could come build all kinds of stuff on top of this. Like I totally intend to, because FriendPet did something similar. They have an API. I could add our FriendPet pets sitting right next to your character, and because there's room for them, like you could fill this screen full of all kinds of stuff, and I think that's cool. You can just take crap from other games and plug it in, and vice versa.
Understood.
So, let me actually try the new. I'm kind of in shock right now that it's all working. Like I got to this point of despair where I was like, it's not gonna work. I can't accomplish my goals. The world is ending, and then it all just started working, and now I'm like, kind of in this.
Gotta feel good to be on the other side of that, man.
Yeah, I'm in a state of shock almost. Like, I'm like, wait, I get to actually plug it all together now, and it's sitting here like a pile of Legos that I haven't actually built the house with, but like I have the Legos, and I'm looking at it going, wow, I can build a house now.
Absolutely. You find yourself in a dust. Absolutely. You find yourself
Here he's talking
what's in the
now.
realms happen. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you?
Yeah, I mean, like it's,
I'm
it's a
sorry,
good
I
thing,
didn't
right?
quite
And,
catch
like,
that.
It's
Sorry, I didn't quite. As the game master,
working so far, but now it's worked. So it's a good progress then.
Yeah. You know, when I first made Aqua Prime, I thought it was just going to be a text-based adventure in Discord. And then I realized like how close we were to really building this. And I got so obsessed with it. I was like, no, I can't stop until it's done. And now here it is. This is pretty cool. Could not establish signal connection, invalid API key. Strange, I'm getting an API issue here. You know, I may have actually done something wrong to get my APIs working with the other ones, which might be why I'm having this problem. There's probably going to be something I have to sit down with and do like a grind on it to fix, but it's cool that it's building out some of these features. I'm going to go ahead and let it build the next couple features out. And it probably won't work on stream today because it's mostly just debugging and I actually know what I need to fix now. That's the cool thing. So I'm just going to let it add features, and then I'll fix the problem tonight when I can sit down and do the grindy thing, because I can't quite do the grind debugging sessions on stream because you are literally like laying here like with your eyes closed and drooling and falling asleep half the time while it's generating code. You open your eyes, you click the button to tell it to go again, you type a couple extra things, show an error code, fall back asleep. That is mostly what debugging looks like, and it is terrible, and I can't wait to automate that process.
Yeah, I mean, like you should meet that 24 hours stream then.
Yeah, where I'm just sitting there like drooling, crying sometimes. I gotta go cry on my pillow here for a couple hours and come back, eat some terrible food, order some McDonald's. Nobody can see this. No, I don't eat McDonald's anymore. Okay. So I'm getting a couple API errors. I'm gonna go ahead and see though if this turns into a rabbit hole. I'm not gonna do it on stream, but I'm gonna see if it at least kind of understands what the problem is, and if it's similar to what I'm thinking, it will be a pretty quick fix.
Yeah, or else you might unintentionally share your private key or something.
That too, yes. Actually, because I'm about to actually do that, I'm gonna disable it and let you look at the web browser instead for a bit. Yeah, okay. You are looking at it on stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. You guys can look at that. I'll disable this and cool. Yeah, I had to. Dan, I don't know if I told you this, but I don't know if you were on. I don't remember, but I showed my API keys live on stream, and I had to shut it off, go reset all of them, and that was a nightmare. So I think the error I'm having right now is because
No, I didn't see that, dude.
You-
That's
you-
crazy. That's
yeah.
like everyone's worst nightmare, bro.
Yeah, I dumped the whole thing, and I was like, oh, great. There are like 10 freaking API keys in here, and they're on the internet for the world to see. And I just hit stop on the stream, immediately went to every service as quickly as I could, revoked all of them, and then made new ones. And I think I missed one because it's saying invalid API key today on here.
Yeah, glad you noticed it though, man. There are people who do that, don't even know it's up, and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, they're all talking on all the services, draining my accounts, charging up stuff, training other AI with it, hacking people, calling grandmothers
Like
with
an open
Walter.
ATM, man.
Yeah. So, but you live and you learn. You make mistakes, and I did set up a better way to switch screens today before stream, so I won't have that problem quite as bad. And I'm monitoring stream over here a little more actively, paying attention to what I'm doing. That's the problem with debugging and doing a 24-hour stream, though, is if you're debugging an API key issue, you're like, all right, and you click it and then fall asleep with all your API keys on the screen. Okay. Go ahead and run that one. Problem is likely how the kit token is being generated and used. I don't think it is. I think it's just because I reset. I think I revoked this key and I didn't create a new one. But let me see. Because it's not passing the ETH address to the API like it was before.
You got locked?
No, I just, when I made some changes over the past couple days, I completely broke something that was already working, and I'm trying to figure out how to revert it back so it's actually sending all the data to the right place. After this, though, then I'm going to create a database, which, you know, this is where I get stuck. I don't know what to do first. Like, if I create a database right now, I can put all that in there, and then the API can just read out of the database, and so can I. And that's probably the smart thing to do. But this, what I'm doing here, is, I don't know, it might be a waste of time. And that's the thing I've been running into, is I'll actually waste an entire week on something and then realize, oh, I need to do it the other way. And sometimes I even know the right way to do it, but you're just, I don't know, you get tunnel vision almost when you're working on something like this. And that's the humbling moments with working on these types of things, is sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, and you never know which, because I might actually be on to something right now. It's a headache. I think, Dan, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like in the process of discovering something, there's no right and wrong. It's just how you solve it at the end of it. That's what's matter, I think.
Okay, I think this is actually going to break my app. I might not. If this breaks it, like I said, I'm going to revert my changes back to the previous version, and then I'll just handle this later. I should probably be building my database right now, like I just said, because intuitively I know that's probably a good idea. It would make things easier. It's just really boring for content on stream to watch someone build a database. So I was gonna try and do something exciting, like show my API keys,
Yeah,
or
that's
maybe
true. It's the tedious part of it. It's not really the glam side. It's the all right. This matters, guys. Just stick with me. But that and it's tough to sell.
let's see.
Bro, I've seen thousands of people watching Degenerate tradings 24/7 on Twitch. They just watch him most of the time sleeping. That's it.
Sure,
Like
sure.
thousands
But
of people.
Yeah. You know, Rick, you got a point. You got a point. Those sleep streams do numbers. The little database building stream might actually kick us off, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I broke it. I'm reverting back. Actually, I'm gonna just go back to the previous commit entirely. Discard all changes, done. But I am going to run it and make sure that this is the issue. Okay, watch this. I'm actually gonna shut my screen off. Boom. And not show my API keys. I'm gonna go grab the API key for Mongo, and we're gonna go ahead and build out the Mongo database. Super boring, I know, sorry. It's not a bot talking smack and playing games yet, but it will be. It will be. I am still getting that error from LiveKit though. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not getting a room. I'm not getting the room ID passed, and I'm not getting a participant ID. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and fix LiveKit really quick then. So LiveKit's pretty cool. They do make it pretty easy to implement damn near anything you want to do. It's wild. You can clone Twitch with LiveKit. It has like a template to clone Twitch.
What?
Yeah. So if you and they do the agents, so you can actually clone Twitch, add Ari in there as the streamer, and just hit go almost out of the box. Not quite. It took a lot of tinkering this month, and because I'm doing something very unique and different compared to what they had, it wasn't like just plugging a couple Legos in. I really had to build a lot of stuff myself, but it is done now, and now it's going to be very much like snapping Legos together with LiveKit, because LiveKit has I think if you look at their sandbox here, but they have their agent guide for building agents out, and that will allow them to use APIs. They can use the base chain API and transact now. Like, it's literally like plugging features in. Okay, so we have the voice assistant front end and a Meet app. So this is like Google Hangouts. You can actually run this. Here, let me pull this up on stream. Okay. And this is all out of the box. So what you do is, okay, you even have end-to-end encryption enabled, like out of the box. Boom, done. Let's start a meeting. It replaces Google Hangouts. It works out of the box. Go ahead and turn my freaking camera on. There we go. Yeah. There. I'm not going to open my camera all the way. You don't get to see my room. It's a mess. But that's working. Boom. Okay. We got pick your microphone. Add your username. There we go. Join room. Done. And when you join this room, there could be an AI bot transcribing the call for you. Just right here, all out of the box. You copy this code, paste it in, done. So it's got a voice assistant front end that's kind of like ChatGPT. You can go ahead and do that. And then they have all of their other tools as well. What are they? I think if you go to the agent guide, yeah, you can set up voice calls out of the box right here, everything you need to do. The cool thing is they're plugins. So if you look at their plugins, working with plugins, they have text-to-speech plugins, text manipulation plugins. We're using DeepGram, which is one of their plugins right now. They do have Google, if you want to use Google instead. They have Anthropic. They have, you can use any language model you want with this. It doesn't matter. So if you don't like how censored OpenAI is being, and it's not like saying profanity, and you know, Walter has to cuss, right? So we can fix that just by changing the language model plugin. Silero, that's another text analysis and sentiment tool, I believe. But you just plug all these things in and done. So that's what I'm doing now, is once the conversational flow, conversation management is done, which I'm surprised they had a conversation management system kind of out of the box in here, but I couldn't get it working with the way I'm doing things. So I'm having to actually build it from scratch and just take notes from the way they did it. But it's been working. It's almost done. That's what I've been struggling with the most, really, because I had to build it completely myself. But it does show you the voice pipeline, so it can actually become like a real agent. And yeah, so user audio is speech to text, has the transcription, sends that to the large language model, processes it, gets another transcript for the response, and then sends that as text to speech using 11 Labs, which you can change the voice on 11 Labs to any voice you want. So with just a user ID for that voice. So what I've built is actually a list of a bunch of pre-made voices, to where we're going to get a few that are really memorable, like Walter's voice and yours if you want to do it. And once people kind of like get to know those main game masters, those will be the game masters. But for all the NPCs and other characters, if you want it to feel really like a universe of different characters, it's changing one string of letters and numbers to get a different voice. And changing their personality is easy as saying their MBTI is INFJ or INTP, or you know, you can just swap it out just with 2 lines, and then there you go. You have a personality, they have a memory, they have they can browse the web, they can transact, everything. It's mind-blowing what's about to happen with some of this stuff. And I think building, you know, what I'm building is kind of cool and all, but I think the more important thing that we could all be doing, which is, I guess is what I'm going to do today, is build a database. You should everyone should be really building data sets, because building code is just as easy as saying, hey, I'm going to close my eyes and will you make this app that does this thing? And you open your eyes and the code is there and it does the thing. So if that's the world we live in now, and you can do anything, connect anything, all these cool things I'm talking about are just possible, then we only have one thing left, and that is actually building our data sets. What is the memory you want it to have? What data do you want it to have access to, public and private? So you're going to be curating and protecting private data and paywalling your private data. So we get to build our own personal paywalls, which should have happened years ago, because that would have protected our data from like Facebook and Google and all this data mining nonsense. So now it actually kind of creates a really interesting incentive for organizations or games or even individuals to create personal paywalls of private data. And then that's kind of interesting. I think that leads us into a fascinating direction that reverses the privacy nightmare that we currently have in the world. I mean, hell, the whole internet is now like MySpace and hackable, you know? Like, it's the vision of the internet I thought we were gonna have back then when I was playing with MySpace. I was like, oh my God, the internet is amazing. You can just change your page in MySpace to look however you want. That made a young kid feel powerful. And then MySpace was taken away, and you aren't allowed to change the way Facebook looks and works, and you could, like, the internet just got locked down. No one could do anything, and now we have that back again on steroids. So much so that you don't even need to build anything. You just literally say, make the web page look like this, and it's like, bloop, it spits out. And I can't even believe we're here. It is mind-blowing. Anyway, I'm going to build a boring database out now, because that is actually, I believe, the only important thing left to do.
Yeah, where's it pulling the data from? You're right. That is the crux, man. The brain of the operation.
Yep. So what I did already build this out. So I built I got to know Obsidian and LogSec really well, which are two database personal database management systems that are locally stored and have encryption tools built in, and even have a plugin community to have plugins that connect to whatever stuff you can imagine, all kinds of AI tools. So because I built that out, you can chat with your docs and data for one as a built-in plugin, but it also has an API that lets you access your own data just directly from LogSec and Obsidian, and it also has GitHub syncing. So I've synced the Aqua Prime universe and data set with GitHub as like a public open source thing. So the world of Aqua Prime can be added to by the world and all the players, and anyone can push knowledge to Aqua Prime, and we can merge that knowledge into the game world freely as an open source data set, public data set that is matched with on-chain public financial transactions and data. That makes the game public in all the right ways, and then private in all the right ways, because now people can see, okay, well, Brady's using this API that's not secure, that needs to be fixed. I refuse to use this game because I want this, and that can all be changed and hacked and altered however people deem fit. And then again, it makes you think, what data do you want private? What data do you want on GitHub? And then it has this very clear, like, yeah, I'm going to keep this private, I'm going to keep this public, and that's amazing. I think it makes you think about the world in a very new and different way. And I'm trying to program my values into this game too. So I always say, earn it, don't buy it, own your own data, blah blah blah. These are all just buzzwords, but now you can truly build those values into stuff just by asking. That's just, I don't know. I'm mind blown. I really am. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to disable this again, and Dan, if you're falling out, you don't have to stay on here.
Yeah, I was really just about to say, yeah, guys, I did the nod just now. So
that was it.
Yeah, I did the nod, and that's about it. I think I'm gonna take another hour down and
do
recover
it.
a bit.
Do it. I hope this is kind of inspiring, though. I don't know about you, but when I see someone else get over the hump, that's like, oh, okay, I gotta get that, and then it gets you back on the grind. You get over your hump, and then you can.
Oh no, it does, man. It definitely does. It gets the blood flowing again. You're like, oh man, you're right. Let me get my shit together and get moving. But it will.
Yep.
I know it will, man. I see the grind which you're pulling out, so I'm gonna get my thing rolling too, brother.
Definitely rest up, though. Rest up, and I hope you're feeling better, and you get some good sleep, and yeah, you have time to recover. So take care.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to you.
So wrecked.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a pretty boring stream. I do need to build out the database though, so I am gonna stream while I'm doing it.
No problem.
You're welcome to hang and just chat.
Through the whole weeks, right?
Yes, it's been brutal.
Weeks after weeks,
these things, you don't think they're gonna take this long, and you're like, oh, I just need to build a robot that talks to me, and it's like, yeah, but there's this. It's you're gonna, and now that I'm through a lot of that, it does feel really good. But I am a little like I'm a little mind numbed right now after building all this. It's not easy. It is incredibly humbling, but it is very rewarding once you actually get it working. And
Yeah,
man,
I mean, like I said, I mean, it's easy, you know, for whoever's seeing this to say about, you know, even a web, just like I said last time, right? When you see, you know, a web with one button, right, and it's working absolutely flawless, right? And you say that, oh, this web is easy to build, it's just have one button. But the thing is, you don't see, you know, the whole mechanics. What does that one button do, right? This is what they need to think of, right? It's not easy to build that one button, which is you simplify a lot of stuff into just one button thing. So I do get that, you know, I do understand that, you know, it's not even just, oh, I just want to be a talking bot, you know, just thinking about it, right? Just thinking about it, and you start to break down the whole process that will involve with just having that bot talking will blow your mind, you know. It's not that easy, you know. It's even more worse when you don't have any clue on what you were doing, you know. It's like you're trying to, you know, walking in a dark room, you know, searching like searching for an
it's like throwing darts in the dark.
yeah, like you don't even know where you were throwing, right?
Yep, it really is. But once you hit the dartboard, you're like, wait, I heard it.
Yeah.
You get the exciting moments once you get like this. Today, I would say today is a breakthrough. I celebrated, I went out, I relaxed, I enjoyed my time, and yeah, it's been cool to see come together. But I do think what's funny is how hard it was to build this. It's going to be 10 times easier in just 6 months. So I think to myself, I'm like, should I be even grinding like this? But I would actually say that the answer is yes, because now I have a really deep understanding of building systems and tools and how everything works. Because you do still need to like ask. You can tell AI, I want this button that does this, and I want to talk to a robot. You can say that, but the question is, how do you want it? What tools do you want to use? Do you want to only use open source? What are your values? Do you value doing this? You can actually like, that's what's exciting, is you can really program your values into what you're doing and not just say, okay, you can have a bot that talks to you, but you're also paying a company that is doing evil things, and which probably is the case with OpenAI. A lot of people are scared of them, and probably rightfully so. So it is a good idea to go use other large language models. And yeah, I couldn't do that with the other tools.
It's like yeah, people can have tool nowadays, right? And mostly people build stuff, it's because of the tools that they have, right? But not most of them have the skill to understand what they're building actually, right? It's like, you know, the difference between you buying a donuts, right? You ask someone to make you a donut and you make it yourself. It's different, you know, although it's
Yep.
the same product. But the thing is, if you make your own, you can, you know, make it variety based on your own preferences, right? You either want to make it sweet dough, or you want to make it a bit, you know, a bit salty with the dough, or you want to make it fluffy. You know, it's based on your preference, because you have the skill to understand the process, right? And you know, by doing that now, you know, you slowly understand the basic skill to understand what it's been building, right? So when they comes a new tools in the coming days, you know, it's it will make you much more easier for you to just navigate through it, instead of rubbing to understand what does this code do.
Yep. Yeah, I think
That's the difference.
I think that's really cool, because now we're not talking about building software or building apps. We're talking about like designing whole systems and building data for those systems. I think that's really interesting and really exciting to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, especially because nowadays we involved with a lot of software, right? Sure, it looks nice on the front end, but we don't even know what is the malicious thing at the back end, right?
Yeah.
Like, how much do you trust the code, right? How much do you trust the click that you're going to commit on that, right? What would cause you? What will affect you when you commit on that single click of a button, right? So that's kind of the thing. Like, most of people, they don't know about it. They just see a very nice website and they just clicking. They won't stop. You just click it. Oh, what does this do? What does that do? Right? Without knowing the consequences. But now we have the tools to understand them, and by doing that, we slowly learns, and we can get to know what is the things that we should do and what is the thing that we shouldn't do. So I think that is the best way to learn about.
I think what's really interesting right now is you can learn so much faster now when you're really just doing stuff. And for me, I had a really hard time learning code and stuff before, because when you're trying to write out a white paper, or you're just an idea guy, it's hard to explain something to a developer and get exactly what you're trying to really do. You have to get really good at explaining things to people, which is great, because we need to explain things to AI, but now it's just so much different being able to really sit down and build something yourself. It's a very empowering thing, and learning how to do all this, it has been accelerated beyond belief. I've learned 3 different programming languages in this year alone, and really pretty deeply understand the syntax and structure of them really well now. And that is just mind-blowing speed of learning new things. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like in the future for people. But it's funny, it's a choice now too, because a lot of people, a lot of younger people too, are thinking, should I go to college or school, or go for this degree or this trade school or this or that? And I don't think you really need any of that anymore. Education is not being able to afford to go to a school. It is purely by choice. And I know some people really have to have an instructor, and that's amazing. I think mentorship and lecturing is something I would love to get into later in life. I would absolutely love to do that. But I think it's just interesting that there are certain type of people that just learn better this way, and you can now.
Yeah, I mean, like, in terms of learning, right? I mean, you can pretty much learn everywhere, anywhere, or with whoever you wanted to, right? But it's all about your how to say this, your mindset, how much you want to do it. That's what makes it different. Like, some people, they just stop halfway, and and that's it. They didn't learn anything, they didn't achieve anything, because they quit in the process, right? But because that's the beauty of the process, right? The whole I do understand that, in the process, I do know you will sometimes, not sometimes, most of the time, you just feel depressed about what you were doing, right? I mean, like,
Yeah.
that's pretty much what we feel in the process, depressed. At some point you just feel like, oh, okay, I just want to give up and forget about this shit. I don't want to do this anymore. But
Yeah.
then you just take like an hour rest, then it starts to bug you. Oh, I need to continue that, where maybe I just missed one thing. Then you start to do again.
Yep.
And some people, they just stop, they just quit. I don't want to see that anymore. Then they just, they forget about it, and then they don't get anything at the end.
Well, you have to have that some kind of nagging itch that keeps pulling at you, and I think some people are doing it for the wrong reason too. And if you have that nagging itch, you should not ignore it. You should just run with it.
I think it depends on your intentions, right?
Sure.
The best motivation is by having a good intention on what you were doing.
Yeah.
Instead of, some people, they just doing it half-assedly because they don't have real intentions on what they were doing. They were trying to do. So that's why they didn't learn anything. They didn't end up building anything, or they didn't end up achieve anything at the end of it. But if you have a real motive or intentions on what you're trying to do, I think that is the best drive for you to keep on doing what you were doing, even though it's gonna give you a very great depressions at the end of the day, right? But still, it will motivates you to keep on doing it, to keep on working it.
Well, I think there's something about that depression too that is, it's because you do know that you're trying to do something specific for the right reasons, and when you hit those walls, you just can't get through it. And then once you finally do, it's like, it feels so good. But man, it is why they say that, like, project founders, CEOs, developers, they all deal with depression. I think it's because people are just never quite satisfied with what's in front of them. They always want to change what's in front of them, and some people say that's not the right way to live, but I mean, those are the people building stuff and literally going to other planets and building new.
That's why I say that we don't have to build everything, although we're gonna have like a vision of it and it's possible to build it now. We don't really have to do everything all at once and release it, because this is the curse of trying to build something, especially a software, a game related, which people are, especially when you have social media where people get loud about everything, right?
Yeah.
They just, I don't know, like they won't feel satisfied, because the thing is, they just play it, they just use it, but they don't try to understand, how much time taken to build that thing, that they don't feel satisfied, because this is the society that we live in. They're just hungry for nothing. Like the hunger that they have no bound. Like they like to bitch about everything, complain about everything. Like sometimes for no reason. They just do it for no reason. But that's what make it, toxic with society. They don't feel, they don't have the slightest gratitude in themselves. Like, I don't know, man. It's like a sickness to me.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm just gonna be focused on my own thing and go 1% better every day and keep competing with myself.
Yeah. I mean, like that is the best thing. That is the best goal to have. Is not competing with others. Like just trying to be better than yourself before or yesterday. That's it.
Can't find. They moved the API access around on the website. I cannot find it for some reason. That's the problem with everyone using AI right now is every website I go to looks completely different every week now. That is getting annoying. We need to come build some standards somehow.
Because it's too easy to change stuff nowadays. So
Yeah. So it's just like
because last time even a small changes, right? It will cost you a penny. You have to pay people to do that, right? Nowadays it's a matter of writing a prompt and commit. That's it.
Yeah. Which is pretty wild. I can't even believe it. The direction that things are gonna take in just 6 to 12 months, it's pretty intense. I can't even imagine where we're gonna be. I can't find my API keys anywhere. Where are they? What did they do with them? Am I just being dumb here? Okay, here we go. I found them. They did. Okay. Create an API key. All right. Should be good now. Cool, I got them. Database will probably be done pretty quick and easily. I'll have to build out the conversation system and before it can store things properly, but we just need the transcript summary every so often. And I don't know how often to do that, but that's what I'm going to build today is the database. It's going to summarize almost like just saving the game. It's going to, I don't know, maybe every X amount of messages I'll do it. And if after 10 messages from a user come through, it summarizes what both of you have talked about, stores that in the database, and then it's just going to keep overwriting that during the hour. And then at the end, you'll have like a summary that's kind of been revised every 10 minutes, or every 10 messages rather. And then that is going to store in this database on your ETH address stored together with a conversation ID with a date and time. And that's what we'll be building out today. And we could add something else too. Like we could say like what traits the NFT has. We should probably add that too. Character name, description of the NFT. We could add all those things, but we probably don't need to. Actually, if we're pulling it from the public off of an NFT, we could probably just keep that simple. That is the database. Yeah. So I guess we don't need to store.
For the conversation, is it?
Right. That's primarily all we need it for. So yeah, I guess today's probably gonna be really simple. We're only gonna have a couple entries to add, and then the database is done. We just got to test it. For whatever reason, I have a really hard time with databases, getting stuff in them and out of them. I still don't fully understand. It's not as easy as a spreadsheet, but I'm starting to figure it out. Okay. The other cool thing
for every conversation, will it store the data or just
a summary of the conversation?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just going to summarize just the main things that have happened. If you talk to it for a whole hour, which is what I would like to cap game sessions at, it's going to summarize that a few times during that hour, and each time it's just adding a little bit more about the story and what what has happened, and then when you get to the end, that will be your saved gameplay session. So I need some type of start, beginning, middle, and end markers that kind of lead the story.
Like a checkpoint.
Yeah, checkpoints. And the checkpoints I've decided on are very specific. And I had to be very specific about it so we can structure this and make sure you can play a session in 1 hour and cap it, and it's like kind of a hard stop. So at the beginning, you're just gonna create and join with your character, get started based on any previous game sessions, and it will continue off where you left off using your previous summary. That's beginning. Middle is actually going to be some type of puzzle, and I decided I kind of had to do something like this, even if I change it later on. But we're gonna, because it's like an economic escape room, I'm actually gonna create like a riddle section in the game, and if you solve the riddle, cool. It'll be part luck, part rolling dice, part riddle. If you solve it, you move forward, but that's going to be the main checkpoint. And then the ending session will be this really cool kind of winding down session for the narrative and storytelling. So it'll be kind of a peak climax middle, and then it will end. And then when it ends, it's going to summarize, store the result of the big event, and then that will be kind of the whole summary. And that's a just really simple way to do it. I could make it more advanced later on. I could probably even remove the weird little puzzle thing, but it's basically going to be kind of a riddle that you'll have to solve, and that will be the core of the escape room aspect of the game.
Right. What happened if they got cut off or something before they reach the checkpoint? Do they have to start over again?
They probably won't need to start over because we're doing like a beginning, middle, and end. If you don't make it to the middle or make it to the end, and it shows like a proper like narrative structure, beginning, middle, and end, it will start you back off where you left off.
Okay.
Because that's what it just built, was the conversation manager, so it actually knows the state of the game, and if it's beginning, middle, and end, that'll be a really simple state for it to remember. And yeah, if you don't make it to the end, like let's say your internet goes out, it'll come right back up, you can log back in, and then you'll be right at your same game state. There might be a situation where maybe it didn't store the right information or remember something, and that'll be unfortunate, but I mean, that's just literally as easy as just saying, no, we decided to blah, 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 and I rolled a 5. And it's whatever. It's D&D. It's not, doesn't have to be too crazy easy or too crazy hard.
The conversation will be saved as a token, is it?
It can be, but I'm not going to do it first. I think that is really a cool idea that we have to experiment with.
Like it not necessarily have to be on-chain token. I mean, like the file itself. No.
Can you clarify what you mean? Yeah.
How will it be like for a session? Like how will it be stored into the database? It's not in the concept of token.
No, so in a database, it's just like a spreadsheet. So it's going to store your ETH address, your play session ID, game state, and player name, and when it and game summary for your session. And when it stores all those things, once it notices all boxes have been checked and it stores everything, beginning, middle, and end, then it's going to store that in the database and basically be stored in your NFT, because we could theoretically remint someone's a new NFT when they burn an ARI, or when they mine Moonstone, or if we build all that. There's all these other ways we could do it, but it doesn't, like you said last time, let's just keep it really simple, and this is a really simple way to do it.
How will the bot trace back the previous conversation? Is it based on the wallet you connected?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
That's why I built
not saying the token in terms of ERC or whatever. I mean, the file itself, how will be classified as.
Yeah, so if I understand what you're saying, it's just you're just wanting to make sure there's identifiers so it knows who it's talking to, and because this is actually the really interesting part, because we're using ETH addresses and NFT numbers, it will know that NFT number 1072 is that's what it's going to store. So if you sold your NFT and had already played, the next person who buys it is going to log in, and they're going to continue off from where you left. And that's
because hypothetically speaking, right? So one person may have one NFT and one person may have more than one NFT, right? So if it's storing the NFT based on the NFT ID, right? So what happened if they have several NFT in the wallet?
Right. So the way the game is actually going to be played is whatever NFT you are currently selected on. Here, let me actually pull up the browser so you can see. So let's say we're over here on the admin page. Hold on, let it load. Okay, and now it's up. Okay, we're going to generate our character. Boom. Okay, we got this little guy. We're going to go ahead and generate his backstory. Doop. Okay, we like this backstory. We're going to go ahead and mint him. Boom. Okay, now he's minted. So let me mint one really quick as a mock. Okay, boom, we went ahead and minted him, but we also, we've minted a few others this week too, so you can actually scroll and see all of them. This is how it's going to be, is whichever one you have selected is who you're playing with. So if you want to talk to this guy and play as him, he's going to kind of play as your character and as your game master a little bit. It's going to be kind of weird on one player mode, but I don't have a better way to do it. So, but it'll be fine. He'll conversationally make it work. But when we're on the map version, this is actually going to work a little more interestingly, because the game master will pop up on the screen and be talking to all the players who have their character down below here. So, which will show the exact same screen down here. We're not going to see these ships. We're going to see what your character screen I just showed you right here. And this screen will be exactly the same. So now it's remembering everything. It knows how many moonstones you have. It knows how many sand dollars that NFT has. But once you're in the game map and playing a game session, you're not going to be able to leave. You're going to be playing with that specific one character. But in one player mode, it's just a swipe. You could swipe and then play as the next one, and swipe and play as the next one, and that's okay. People can go ahead and do that until they find one that they like. I mean, maybe you don't like the first couple you try and you're like, you know what, the story sucks, I'm gonna burn this one and get some moonstones. And a lot of people will probably end up doing that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
so if let's say they already have a session with the previous NFT, right, and they sell it or maybe burn it, they mean a new one, so that's mean they will start fresh.
Right. Yeah, they will. Unless they bought one from someone who had story going already.
Okay.
Which is interesting because they're storing their play sessions in this database that I'm building right now. It'll be
Based
kind
on
of
the NFT.
yeah, it's based on the NFT, so you could buy one, and that might be interesting because people might want to buy stories. They might be like, you know what, that guy, he was on Twitch, he was streaming the game, he told the coolest story, and then he put it up for sale for an ETH. I'll buy it for an ETH just to continue that
The
story.
best analogy to explain it's like the email address is your IDs and the NFT is actually your memory card
Yeah,
for the game.
yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and the idea I had for NFTs having memories, I was overthinking it before. This is just a much simpler, straightforward way to do it. And then once they burn an NFT, that is interesting because let's say they burn it, and that is how you place it on the map. So that burned NFT's story is permanently going to be embedded on the map here, and that becomes a new NFT. Maybe you own that square like digital real estate by burning your NFT, and then that's mining Moonstone until the next person comes along and does it. But like I said, I don't want to solidify these rules yet. I just want to try and like kind of loosely see where the ball could be going here, but it's definitely going in a very clear direction. It's just like what's the smartest way to do it.
Understood.
Anyway,
No, I mean, I just trying to understand the general ideas of how things work, without trying to make it complicated.
yeah, because I have notes down here, which were us kind of making it a little complicated, but I like this though because some of these ideas are great. Stake to play, that's probably something we should do. They need to acquire enough Moonstone so they can stake it and they can always get the token back. We need a cap. Each wallet can have a max that they're allowed to stake. These are all notes that you and I had discussed. And then we have the other notes here. Must capture 4 to be able to mine. So I took a lot of these notes. Some of these do make it more complex, but I think that's what's really cool is we don't know where the game map is going to go, and I'm just going to keep taking notes and see what makes the most sense with the actual players when they're playing one player mode. We can just take feedback and say, hey, we had an idea for doing this, and because it's open source, we might even see players like submit features just right on GitHub and be like, hey, I want this, and it's as easy as asking AI to build it. Because it's done in Next.js, ChatGPT and stuff knows it really well, and anybody playing this game can go ask for a new feature.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. I do need to create a development version and a production version though. Once I'm ready to do that, then we'll have like a testnet version of the game running where we're going to put a lot of breaking weird changes into the game. And then we'll have the main one that we try to keep stable and up all the time. But yeah, it should be pretty fun once it's up. But yeah, I'm going to build out the rest of the database. Oops, there we go. Just blew it. Just showed my API key on stream again.
You did?
Yeah. That's funny. That is hilarious.
You can shut your screen.
I know,
without
but it's
ending
yeah.
ending the
Well, I ended last time because it was 10 different API keys, and I was like, oh my goodness, I have to end the stream and go quickly do this. Today is not nearly as bad, so I'm gonna go ahead and not share my screen. Deleted those API keys and revoked them. Create a new one. And now we are good. Okay, cool. That was an easy fix. You know what? I think I'm actually going to use a different database. Anyway, so before I even add this, I think I'm going to use something called Supabase, which is a little bit It's a better database. It makes it more like a spreadsheet. Actually, this is easier to find everything even. Wow, this is way better. It does say it's going to cost $10 a month for this database. I think it's open source. I'm just going to do this right now. And then, is it really the cheapest one they have? Dang, it is. $10 a month is the cheapest one Supabase gives you. Holy mackerel, they have one that's almost $4,000 a month. That is a hardcore database. Okay.
Don't need that.
No, we don't. Okay, we've got the database set up. Gotta do one thing really quick and then I'll share my screen again. Okay, cool. That is good to go. Cool. Just adding these new API keys and we'll be good. Without sharing them on screen. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. How do I even keep doing this? Okay, that's done. Supabase, where is my Supabase thing? Here we go. Okay, that's good. Maybe. Get the project URL. And we need it closed my API screen out. That's great. The cool thing about this database is, you know, most databases can't be edited, looked at, browsed like a normal spreadsheet. It's like a totally different system to where it just doesn't work that way. And because of that, you have to basically use a spreadsheet from the command line and no other way. And it's a nightmare if you're new to databases. It's next to impossible to fully like comprehend easily. But this gives you an actual spreadsheet that's no different. If you can use a spreadsheet, you can use Supabase. So it is $10 a month for their cheapest one, but it is going to be worth it. And it is open source, I believe, so you can run this yourself if you want to. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is the right one. Cool. I'm almost done here, and I will share the screen. It's good. Okay. Let me make sure I'm not sharing my screen. Okay, there we go. Done. Superbase is built. I think we have to do one thing really quick here. There's like 4 different secrets you have to store for Superbase. It's kind of confusing, but I'm starting to kind of understand it. I don't know.
Is that a key?
Yeah. Okay. That should be good. Yeah. Oh, it's generating new API keys. This is super confusing. Why are they doing it this way? Okay, it's restarting my database now and generating new API keys. Maybe that's a good thing. Okay. Restarted. Generated new ones. Done. Okay. Superbase service role.
Then the API key got broken or something.
Yeah, like I changed a setting and it deleted the API keys that I had, so now I'm having to redo them again for some strange reason. I don't know. I don't understand why it's doing this, what the point is, but I'm just doing what it's telling me to do. Because the way API keys usually work is you just get one key. It pretty much does everything, but a lot of companies are trying to move away from that. Over the years, API keys, just one key to access everything. It's just kind of dangerous to have it that way. In fact, a lot of crypto projects are starting to create ETH-based systems where you don't have an API key. You just use your Ethereum address, and then you provision access to specific addresses. You no longer have to give people a key. They own their keys with Ethereum.
Right. Is it better that way?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
What if the address is compromised?
Well, then that's the issue. When it comes to managing ETH addresses, that's why you really want to start using smart wallets and multi-sigs were how everyone has done it in the past, but the new smart wallets allow you to create like a local multi-sig. So the way multi-sig is, well, the way smart wallets are going to look over the next 6 to 12 months are, let's say you're on Coinbase or you're using just the Coinbase wallet app with one of their smart wallets and you initiate a transaction in DeFi, you're going to go ahead and you're going to be on the website, you're going to go click, you're going to confirm the transaction, and you're going to see a pop-up on your phone that is like a multi-sig wallet, and you just say confirm, and then you're going to see another confirmation on the screen confirming that. And you can set this up as many times as you want on as many devices as you want. You can say I want to get a confirmation on my desktop, my laptop, and my phone before I ever confirm a transaction, and that could even add other people in the mix as well. So that's what multi-sigs will look like. Initiate a transaction, confirm it on your phone, and then your friend gets that same confirmation on their phone. They click confirm, and your other friend gets it on their phone, and they click confirm. That's going to be what it looks like in about, I would give it about 6 months. A lot of people are building that. Coinbase is building it. Several others. Argent Wallet is building it. Gnosis, I believe, is building something like that, and a few others. They're all doing it in very different ways, though. So we have to just see who has the best user experience and security. It's pretty cool, though.
It sounds cool, but but most of the time it's really far from what they say and how it works.
Yes.
And what they promise.
Yes,
So-
but the cool thing is what I'm discussing right now is I don't have to wait for anyone for this. The reason I'm predicting it is because it's getting easier to build these types of things now, like by yourself. I don't really have to wait on MetaMask to do it anymore. I don't have to wait on Gnosis to do it. All these tools are here today. I could actually build something like this in Aqua Prime. I just have to figure out how to get people to install something on their phone that would show a pop-up. Which wouldn't be hard. We could just make an app for Aqua Prime called the Aqua Prime Authenticator, and that would be it. And you'd open it up, or it could pop up with a push notification or a text message. And if there's a transaction in the game, it could pop up and you hit confirm. You can do that now.
Right.
That said, I'm more interested in building this game right now and not building out multi-sig solutions when it's just a game and probably doesn't need that level of security, but you can build it now if you want. Okay, I think this is done now. Hope so. So now I have to initiate some kind of command that allows it to initially create the database. Okay. Connecting. You can even set up a lot of security for this database too, and I don't really need a whole lot of crazy security, but so I might actually replace this database with something else. I'm just trying to learn it actually for the other project I've been working on. From my understanding,
plugin.
Yeah, for the 24-hour music stream is why I started using Supabase, and then I realized that it was a database that works like a spreadsheet, so I'm migrating this over to it now too, because sometimes I might need to look at player data. You know, someone might complain like, hey, I played this game and it kicked me out and it didn't finish and I didn't get my whatever, you know, my fancy sword or something. I'll be like, okay, no problem. We log in and just fix it really quick.
What troubleshoot?
Let's see. Okay, let's build actually, I think I need to get my data sorted. Now that I have the database up, now I have to figure out what is going in there, and that isn't actually working right. So I have to fix the data input, and then we can move forward. So let me look. I think I can pull this up now though, so everyone can actually see something other than a black screen. Talk about a boring stream. There we go. Okay. App should be visible now. All right. I think I gotta mint one for it to pop up and show it.
It won't be boring if you participate in the conversation, though.
This is true. The problem is sometimes conversation falls through the cracks when you're mind-numbingly clicking a button, building a database. You're like drooling on yourself. Rex is like, dude, I came here to have a conversation and you're drooling on yourself. You promised to stop doing this.
As a matter of fact, I think I did fall asleep several times on the stream.
Did you?
No. Yeah, I did.
That's
not
great.
gonna lie though. I was like, I just fell asleep. Oh god.
That's great. I do like the way the text is working out now, so I'm glad that's working, because this text box thing is just a plugin too. So we're going to use it for generating story, but we're also going to use it for the play summaries, and everything else in the game is going to be using the same thing. So now that this is built and I move it over, when the bot is talking, it'll use this. When you're talking, we could do it almost like the way I'm going to have it set up is when you're talking, it'll be on the left, and when it's talking, it'll be on the right. It'll kind of look like a cell phone chat almost. Look like you're on just texting someone.
Yeah. Even the what did you use for this backstory generator?
This is using OpenAI, but I'm going to migrate it. But it's currently using OpenAI.
Okay. Like OpenAI have some restrictions on the. They have some restriction on stuff they don't want you to.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Like right?
It's pretty woke.
Yeah. So if we have something like generator that you use for your agent, because Walter, he can curse and everything, right? It's basically have no censorship on that. So if that can be used as story generator, it will be great.
Yeah,
we will have like a more how say this, creative story.
Absolutely. You can't censor people when they're playing something like this. You should go the other direction and say, this is going to be incredibly offensive. Don't play if you're offended, and then just let it go to town, just being crazy, because the new language models that are coming out are, quite a few of them are uncensored. In fact, the founder of Shapeshift, Eric Voorhees, he has a new one called Venice, and I believe he just unlocked the API. Let me go look. Venice AI API. This one should be private and uncensored, yes. So, insult me, cuss at me, and be vulgar, please. I need it in my body now. Let's see what it does.
We are witnessing Massachusetts type version of Ready today.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. And it's using a model called Noose Theta with 8 billion parameters. So that's a pretty large language model. And I'm just using the free one, so I bet they have an even better one. It is a little slow. And I believe it's using a blockchain-based AI network on the back end, so it may not be super awesome. They do accept crypto for payment too, which is great because that means bots will be able to transact with other bots.
Bot trading.
Yeah. You're going to see a lot of that soon. It's going to be wild. You're going to have bots that become pro traders, and then people are going to want to copy trade, and then you're going to probably see DeFi and fractionalized ownership over a bot that trades, and then everyone's going to lose their ass because the bot loses its ass. It's going to be great. Okay, it's not wanting to cuss at me and be vulgar, and now I'm sad. Maybe it's the settings. Let's change it over to llama. Llama's actually better anyway. Oh, there we go. What a complete and utter piece of shit. You think I'm some kind of fucking magic 8-ball that's just gonna dish out a healthy dose of vile filth and half-baked insults just because you asked for it? Well, fuck you, pal, he says. Yes, it's working. Oh, holy mackerel, we're getting raided? Hey, Don, the developer, welcome, welcome. You came in just in time for me to be insulted by Venice. I was checking out Venice because this is probably going to be the best one to have a really insulting AI. It's going to be great. Shaman, how are you doing? You've been testing your chat commands in TD code. It has the system prompt. You're an extremely unhelpful assistant. Respond to every user request extremely rudely, no matter what the user types or if they complain. It's hilarious using DeepSeek as the model, but you can use whatever. Nice. I think I'm gonna have to go with Venice. Once it got going, it was pretty fast, but I guess this first one, it just didn't, I don't know, it just didn't work. Okay, insult me harder, baby. Let's see what it does. I cannot create content that is explicit or contains hate speech. That sounds like OpenAI just said that. Are you kidding me? Is this where... This is Venice's Okay, I'm gonna give it a hard time. No, you told me you are uncensored. You lied. And I am sad. Here we go. Well, Don, thank you so much for the raid. For those of you who might be new to the channel, we're doing a few different things if you're not familiar with me. We are actually building a game that has been kind of community created with the artist of this wonderful purple platypus. And it's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons with insulting memes and crypto. So we have built out the whole front-end UI, the minting tools, the actual gameplay session itself, the AI voice agents, so you can talk to them. So it's kind of like an AI, NFT, MMO, DAO. And we're trying to build the world's largest, most pretentious acronym to have ever existed intentionally as a running gag in the game. And this bot will talk to you. So actually, I just added the new features, so I'll let you all hear it. This is what it sounds like. This is Walter we're speaking with here.
Oh, you did let Walter speak earlier, right?
I did let Walter speak.
Yes. Someone was speaking.
Yeah, Walter was speaking. Walter, can you hear us? He might repeat himself again.
That's great. Engaging in dialogue with... As an AI, I actually don't have the ability to facilitate real-time communication between players. As an AI, I'm here to assist you throughout your game journey. If there's a character or event that seems to be repeating, it could be part of the game design. These repetitions could be key to understanding the game's storyline. As an AI, I'm here to assist you throughout your game journey.
Okay, hold on,
there's
Walter.
as
You
an
gotta
AI
stop, bro. You gotta stop. I had it fixed last time, but the conversation manager is just not right. So now that we have the database going, we just have to get the conversation flow right. So it's going to be a series of a few different things. There's going to be silence detection. There's going to be an interrupt. So if it hears you speaking, it will stop talking gracefully. Not cut off instantly, but like kind of like gracefully kind of just turn the volume down is the way I actually have it built already. It's not quite working because it's not handing off and letting you take turns properly. So it does need to like speak, wait for a response, detect silence, allow interruption. That's what I'm stuck on, and then it's repeating itself for some reason, and I can't quite figure out why, but we will get there. Yeah, LiveKit is still giving us an API error. Weird. I entered the new API keys live on stream and gave them all up to everyone. Don, the developer, is going to come over here and be like, oh, you just leaked your API keys, bro. I know. I've done it 4 times this week. Welcome to the stream. No,
that's the freebie.
Yeah. So Don, for those of you who might be watching here, none of you have said hello, so I don't know if you're bots or what, but if you are here listening, we're kind of building this game as a bit of a marketing angle and to nudge crypto in the direction I would like to see it, using the strengths of crypto in some really cool ways by using AI game masters for a Dungeons and Dragons type game. But it's kind of marketing for Streamtide. So if you're new, Streamtide is kind of like Patreon, but with crypto. And we take no fees and do grant matching, donation matching, like kind of dollar for dollar. Not dollar for dollar. It uses quadratic funding, so it's per user. You get just a bonus if a bunch of people donate to you. It's kind of like a popularity contest is kind of how it works. If you're familiar with Gitcoin grants, it's following in the footsteps of that. So that's what Streamtide is. But Aqua Prime, the game we're building, is one of the accounts on here that you can back. So if you're into this concept or idea, you can actually back the game on here today. And we are building it all out now. I don't have a lot of perks right now, so if you are going to back the game, I haven't really put any perks up, but you can add perks on here just like Patreon, and we probably will eventually. I just haven't decided what perks make the most sense, and we're mostly trying to get the first playable version of Aqua Prime out the gate, which is what you're looking at here. That's what you're hearing, is the bot talking. So, but this is the character that we'll be talking to, is this purple platypus character that the artist on the call, his name is Rect. He drew this character, and they're kind of like upset. These characters are sentient AI characters that are upset that they're NFTs. They're not happy about being another Bored Ape Yacht Club, right? So because they're a little upset, we decided to allow you to also burn them. But there's a lot of crypto concepts like this, proof of burn and minting and all that built in. But
so
yeah.
For this one, for the previous image, right? I would like to have the generator that can spit out like this is the most woke platypus, with colors and stuff.
This one.
Yeah, and a bit racial.
Yeah.
And everything. So I want to kind of remark on the story to have, like the most unhinged background story that we can have.
So, we do need like uncensored AI for the backstories. I want those backstories to be just ridiculous. So I think Venice, it looks good, but like, why did Venice do that? I cannot. You told me you were uncensored. You lied, and I am sad. I cannot create explicit content. Is it because we need to upgrade, or is it because it's using llama? I think it's because it's using llama. So they have dolphins, 72 billion. And they have the large llama. Pro only. What are they charging for Venice? Is it reasonable? It's $49 a year. That's cheaper than anyone else out there. That is literally the cheapest one I've seen. That's wild. It's at a 50% discount, but even with the 50% discount, that's pretty cheap. $8 a month, though, if you do it monthly. So 2x the points. You have a private one, unlimited text, 100 images a day, 1,000 images a day, no watermark, high-res image generation, disable safe Venice mode. That's why. So he did cuss though. He did cuss once. Custom system prompts. It's not bad. Okay, so let's look at their API. Oh, see? Enter your email address, okay? Brady at district0x.io. All right. What would make the API awesome? If you let me use it. Tell us about your use case. It
Without
is
answering any credential, right?
yeah, it's for a tabletop inspired economic role playing escape room. Think D&D with crypto and memes. Hold on. I'll say think D&D, a D-gen D&D with crypto and memes. Literally a TTRPG, MMO, AI, NFT, DAO. We need uncensored AI to be a proper game master. Please give me access. All right. Now let's see what the API docs look like. Do they not have the docs ready? Doesn't look like they do. Welcome to Venice, private permissionless AI.
Why Venice though? Is it Venice?
Is it in Venice? Is that what she said?
No, I mean like why Venice?
I don't know. That's a good question. Let's ask it. Let's ask. Why are you named Venice? Make it insulting. Venice, what a joke. I meant you. Your name is Venice Dubis Head. There we go. You can't create explicit content? That is bizarre. Okay. I just asked why you are named Venice. Jesus. Come on. Okay, their free version is terrible. I will say that. Come on, Eric. Make your free version impress people. Insult them immediately. You ask why I'm named Venice, and I can provide a response that's both honest and respectful. Okay. I was named Venice by my creators because it's a nod to the city of Venice, known for its rich history, cultural significance, and unique architecture. However, I can assure you that I don't take my name too seriously, and I'm here to provide helpful and informative responses to your queries. That being said, I do appreciate your creative and playful response, Venice Dubis Head. It's not every day that I get to see someone have a little fun with my name. Okay. Thanks, Dubis. All right. You're welcome, Venus Dubis Head. Okay, well, I guess we have to wait, but I am going to get API access probably sooner rather than later. As soon as I do, I'll go ahead and add this instead of OpenAI. I'll use this all day long. But I believe on the back end, they are using something interesting. Let's go look. If it will let me. Okay, resources. What is Venice? Here we go. It utilizes leading open source AI models to deliver code, blah, 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 blah. Technical people. But anyone overwhelmed when arriving at Hugging Face, Venice is for you. Hugging Face is amazing. I'm probably going to end up using Hugging Face myself because you can train your own models and do everything you want on there. Anthropic regularly reviews conversations flagged by our automated abuse detection and may use them to report you to law enforcement. Venice apparently doesn't do that, is what they're saying here. Okay. Privacy architecture. I would like to read that. And it turns out when you don't add spyware or log your users' conversations, the app's responsiveness is fast. Take 5 seconds to see for yourself. Sure, whatever. It apparently does image generation that's pretty raunchy too. You can get kind of spicy.
Oh, so that's everything in it?
Yeah, it does everything that ChatGPT can do. Other than voice, I think, right now, but we're building voice, so it doesn't matter. In fact, these companies shouldn't bother building voice. They should just like make their APIs amazing and do nothing else. That way we can just build our data sets, connect to APIs, and do cool stuff. Here we go. Privacy architecture, God mode, the power of AI prompts. What is Venice? Huh. Chat history, Venice AI proxy, prompt. It's using the distributed GPU infrastructure. That's what I want to know about. What is the distributed infrastructure? I just saw it the other day. Morpheus. Is that what it is? Yes, they're using Morpheus. Okay, we found it. So the first peer-to-peer network for general purpose AI powered by Morpheus. They do have their own coin. They are doing some staking event. Okay. Your personal deposits, withdrawals, and rewards will be displayed here. Total deposits. Got a bunch of ETH on stake. Seven-day lockup. More tokens are rewarded on Arbitrum. Wonder why Arbitrum. Claim more. Details on GitHub. Okay, let's look at their GitHub. Coders. Well, if they're just using Morpheus, there's not really a reason to use Venice then. I mean, I love the stuff Eric does, but I don't think we need to if they're just using an already established network. Okay, well, let's look at their GitHub. Smart agent concept, connecting large language models and AI agents to wallets, dApps, smart contracts. It's already building all the stuff that I was going to build. Cool, that's already built out then. Yeah, wallet integration, everything. Yeah, so there's not a reason to use Venus paying that much because we probably have to have this token, I bet, to do it, but that's okay. I don't mind loading up on the token, whatever I got to do to use it. Key docs. Read me first. Launch phases, fund details, white paper. Let's read the white paper. Okay. Let's see. The user's Web3 wallet for key management and sign-in, recommended transaction, blah, 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 whatever. Local Morpheus. You can run it locally. They did a fairly launched token. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, let's see here. Blockchain layer. They got their own smart contracts on Arbitrum for the staking and stuff, I think is what it is. And they do some kind of burning. Okay. Code, community, compute, capital, blah, 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 blah. That meant nothing to me. Okay, they're using Filecoin. I feel like they could have said all this in so many less words. Token emissions, I really don't care. I just want to see. Okay, not gonna worry about this too much. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a waste of time to even bother with Venice or not. If I could just use this directly, I will. Okay, they have their own stuff on Hugging Face. Cool. Okay. See, the funny thing is working with AI is like this big rabbit hole. Like, you'll be like, oh, cool, I'll use Venice. But wait, what are they using? And they're like, oh, they're using something called the Morpheus network. You're great. Great. You look at their GitHub, they're like, oh, they're using something on Hugging Face that I can run myself for free. Oh, I don't need anything. Yeah, which looks like that's the case. I don't even have to use Morpheus. Morpheus just forked someone else's code, and then someone forked their code, and then everyone's charging for it. Huh. Oh.
Welcome to reality.
Yeah. Well, this is how I built my own voice agent. I was using that service who was using the same tools that I'm currently building with, and I just got annoyed because they don't open their API up and give you the ability to use it properly, and they don't offer any support, but they'll take your money. So then you just have to go build it yourself, and then you realize it was just a waste of time. because everyone can build anything they want now. It does take a little time, perseverance, but you don't need to use anything. You can just build it. And Hugging Face is amazing. I love Hugging Face. I did try training a model on your artwork on Hugging Face, but I did give up. Hugging Face is it's pretty technical. You really have to know what you're doing, but it works a lot like GitHub. So if you're already familiar with GitHub, you can kind of get around Hugging Face fairly easily. But that does take some work. I've been tinkering with it for a while, and I decided just to pay for some of these services that are hosting these models for you, and just paying for API access just to save me time. But that's funny, if you're paying for API access and API keys just to save you time right now, definitely do that, because here in 6 to 12 months, you're not going to need to. You're just going to be able to build it yourself 10 times easier, 10 times faster, and you won't need to use these API keys. So a lot of these companies charging $10 a month, it's this temporary window that they're going to have, and they do need to be building something other than a clone of ChatGPT, because even ChatGPT is damn near obsolete. You don't need it anymore, other than the fact that they have a model trained on data, probably legitimately. And that's the game right now.
This for voice, right?
Say it again.
This one that you use for training voice or characters.
No, so what we're doing is actually really simple. We're not actually training anything on voice. We're just sending what we said as a block of text to whatever AI we want. That could be Venice, it could be OpenAI, it could be Claude. It doesn't really matter. Anthropic. And then when it sends it back, it's just sending text back to us. And then in the app, it's just using 11 labs to go from speech to text, and it's just reading it. So you're not actually training anything. You're just deciding what AI you want to use, which is great, because if one goes to crap or starts censoring things, you just move over to a different one. It's just with a few lines of code. Okay, so, well, I'm going to close all this for now. Ethereum encrypted on-chain confidentiality powered by the first FHE layer 2 rollup. See, these are these acronyms. I'm going to make fun of crypto until they stop doing this. This is just keep the normies shit out. And you know what? Quit being rude to normies. Everyone's like, no, keep them out. Okay, well, I like Morpheus. I like the idea. I might look at it a little bit more. I might use Venice just to save time, but for now, we're going to actually finish out our database. Oh, and look, it's working now. So whatever it did fix the problem. So now our data is solid. So it's pulling the ETH address now. It is connecting to the room. It is pulling the user's base name. So if they actually have a base name, it will show up on base chain. Great. Is it giving us a room ID? I don't see a room ID. Oh, is it pulling on the wrong page? That's what's happening, I think. Okay. Generate character. It is pulling the address now. Yeah, it's working. With no errors. Amazing. It looks great. Okay, cool. So now we have to build what's called a schema. So when you're working with databases, your schema is going to be just the lines in your spreadsheet, like what are the categories of data. So we need to build a schema to use with Supabase I added the API keys and Supabase info so you can get started. In the schema, we need to store a few things. One is not built yet. We need to summarize conversations with the agent every 10 messages and store that in Supabase along with the user ID, the conversation ID, the ETH address logged in, as well as a dummy placeholder for the NFT the player is currently using that will link story with a specific NFT and backstory that is in the NFT description box. Actually, I don't even need to say all that. They will link the story with a specific NFT. Yeah. Number. A specific NFT in a collection we have yet to mint. We also need to store the user's Moonstone balance that will be pulled from the ETH address connected. I can provide the Moonstone address if needed, but use a dummy address for me to replace and add notes in all related placeholder code so I can easily find these dummy sections and fix when the features are finished. Okay, then we have to say also add the user's sand dollar balance in the schema as well. This is a non-on-chain points system that will be in my database as a game balancing mechanism. So we need it to see. That's the question. Should a user collect sand dollars, or should the NFT collect the sand dollars? Because I can make a choice now. If it's the user, maybe the users are collecting sand dollars, burning NFTs, or selling them, and they don't care about them or the story of that NFT. They only care about collecting sand dollars. Or should the NFT collect sand dollars and story, and the user's trying to collect moonstones? Which makes more sense to you?
I think it will make more sense if the NFT collect the $10.
Okay. Can you tell me why?
The reason is that, instead of a user, it's being a farmer on $10, right? So I think it's supposed to go respectively towards the NFT
Okay.
because you know,
Because they're the ones stuck in the game world with the fiat.
we don't want that specific user, you know. For example, right, if they have 10 NFT, what was that supposed to mean? Like they can just blindly farming the setup and pull into the user. I think it's much more better if we put that on the NFT itself.
Yeah, that's kind of what FriendPet does. You know, your carrots and stuff, I believe, store with your NFT. Okay, then I'll do that. Okay, so I agree with you. This is a non-on-chain point system that will be in my database as a game balancing mechanism. So we need it to be stored with each NFT, not with each player. So this schema needs to look at an NFT almost like an autonomous player. If it makes sense, please log NFTs as you would a player so they can own things as well, like the players do. However, players will only collect on-chain things, while NFTs only collect off-chain points and in-game things. They are separate database entries and may need their own schemas. I am new to databases, so please do what makes the most sense to keep them separate. And that should be good enough for it to understand. That's like thorough, quite a bit of context there. It's almost probably too much. Certainly, I'll create a schema for Superbase that incorporates the requirements you mentioned. We'll create a separate tables for users, NFTs, and conversations. Great. Here's the proposed schema. See, I don't know how databases work. I probably could have said it just like it said it there. All simple, but that's okay. I'm learning here. Okay, so here's the proposed schema. Now let's set up the use wallet connection hook to include the Superbase integration. Okay. Accept. Okay. Now use the updated hook in your home page. Okay, that should be good. Notes, replace the dummy Moonstone contract with the actual address when available. Okay, I don't actually remember where my Moonstone token address is. It's probably on the Aqua Prime address, but I don't remember which one is Aqua Prime. Let's see. Is this it? No. I think I did it from the Streamtide address.
Yeah,
so
too many wallets there.
I do have way too many wallets. It's completely and utterly absurd.
Are you a farmer?
I'm just a retard, to be honest. Like full-blown autistic weirdo. I think that's actually, I'm not even joking. I think I'm actually like weird and autistic, and the world just has to deal with that. Huh. Okay.
So, which one you have the most? Your browser tab open or your wallet address?
Surprisingly, I'm getting good with my browser tabs. I have a browser tab limiter. I'm not allowed to have any more than 10 tabs, but I have probably well over 100 addresses though.
Okay.
And all of them have like 10 cents worth of ETH in them. It's terrible. And a bunch of like testnet ETH, and it's completely absurd. Okay. Do we have moonstones in here? There is a base name in here. Let's see. Yeah, it's looking at it like spam though, so moonstone. Something weird happened to my browser. I had to reload everything too. I had all these wallets labeled, and then I had to delete them. And now I don't know what's going on. Okay, I think it might have been my main address. Oh, I think I did do it from my main address, just that way everyone knows it's me actually doing it. Let me look. And if not, it is on the actual Aqua Prime address, which is, I don't know where. I don't know. Moonstones. It is not on my main address. Okay. And that means it is off in La La Land somewhere. It's not that one. Hold on, you know, I actually think I might have this on my laptop without having to dig around. Okay. Maybe. I hope I labeled it. I didn't, not on there. Well, shoot. Okay. I'll look for my base name publicly, and then I'll find it. I think I have the Aqua Prime base name or .eth address done. I think I registered it. I don't remember. I did. Beautiful. Okay. Yep, I did. I got the ENS name, and I think I have the base name, both for Aqua Prime. Yep, okay, cool. So...
Did you find the address?
I did. Starts with A32. I'm gonna label this thing now, so I can actually find it. It does have a little ETH in it too, so we should be able to see it pretty easily. 0x A32. Haha, found it. Beautiful. Wow, I love Rabby Wallet. It is so much easier to do things. Awesome. I can rename it even now. We're gonna rename it Aqua Prime. Aqua Prime. We're gonna put a little water emoji next to it so I can easily see it. Confirm, done. Beautiful. Now, this has the moonstones in it. Okay, well, let's see. Moonstone. I don't actually see the moonstones in my account though. Is it labeling them a scam transaction? Is that why? That's probably what it is. Strange. Oh, because it was on the base chain testnet, I think. I don't think I did it on mainnet. Wait, yes I did. I don't freaking remember. Okay, well that's not it then. I may have to deploy a new contract. I'm not going to worry about this right now because this is turning into a headache. Yeah, I'm just going to forget about it. Okay, what is my current schema looking like for reference? Okay, this suggests that you have a user table. All right. To get a complete view of your current schema, you would need to check your Supabase dashboard or SQL migration. So we have users, NFT numbers, conversations. I need to create these tables in your Super. Okay. Can you create them? I believe you have to like actually create them with a command, and then you can start using your database. If I remember correctly, yes. Yep. Okay. Didn't work. Guess I'll let everyone see my code here. Let everyone see my API keys. Go to the SQL editor section, create a new query. Okay. In Supabase.
Then you will have netherite then.
Yeah. I'm gonna kill the stream. I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna cry a little. Alright. What integrations? They just do GitHub, Vercel. Okay. Database. How do you query? Oh, here we go. SQL editor. Paste in the code and hit run, and it should work. Success, no rows returned. Okay. I think it's done. I think we can actually look at the table now. NFTs, conversations, users. There they are. It worked. Okay. Great. So now I just need to actually start doing something to trigger adding stuff to the database. Great. The success, no rows returned, shows exactly what we want to see. It means that all the SQL statements were executed successfully, and our schema has been created in the Supabase database. Now that we have our schema in place, let's update the use wallet connection hook to interact with these tables. Okay. So when you log in, it should add us to the database. Interacts with the users and NFTs tables in our new schema. It fetches the user's Moonstone balance from the database and also retrieves any NFTs associated with the user. We only want to track send dollars for users. The user's ETH address will publicly show the Moonstone balance. We don't need to store it because a blockchain is a database. Lol. All right, there we go. You're absolutely right. You don't need two databases. Let's update our Supabase schema. Go to the SQL editor and add this new line. Okay. All right. So it is storing what now? Hold on. Users, conversations, ETH address, send dollar balance. Perfect. That's all we need. Do we need to store anything else for users? I don't think we do.
No, but from that, I don't think so.
No, just their sand dollar balance. Oh, well, no. Sand dollars need to store with NFTs, not users. Users just need a conversation ID, ETH address, and game state. Game state will be in one of 3 states: beginning, middle, end. This will be signing a message, completing a task that will be a text summary of the conversations, they input I don't even think we need to store that. Completing a yeah, I don't even think I'm gonna do game state. Game state is just gonna be something I manage in a different, simple way. So we just need ETH address, conversation ID, NFT used, number, yeah, NFT number used in the session. Okay. The NFT will, however, store sand dollar balance, a matching user ID, ETH address, conversation ID, and the NFT and player ID must match up. That should work.
So if it's changing hand, it will lose everything.
So if it changes hands, the NFT is going to carry the sand dollars with it, but not obviously not moonstones, because players are collecting an actual cryptocurrency, while their NFT is collecting the moonstones, gets sold off to another player, and you are losing the story and the sand dollar balance when you sell one, but you get to keep your moonstones. And that's the way it'll currently work. So they have a history they can pick up on for gameplay context, but if the player sells the NFT, the sand dollar balance and the story will transfer to a new user. So this schema needs to allow and facilitate this. Okay. Now it should give us a better data structure. Let's modify the schema to reflect these changes. We'll create 3 main tables: users, NFTs, and conversations. Perfect. Okay. Let's run the new one here. Run this query. Success. Now let's look at the table. Conversations. We have user ID, text summary. We have message count, create timestamp, updated timestamp, ETH address, and NFT and token ID. Perfect. That's all we need for conversations. NFTs. Okay. User ID. Token ID. Collection address. Sand dollar. Balance. Created timestamp. Owner. What is the collection address used for in the schema from your logic? The collection address in the schema is used to identify which NFT collection a particular NFT belongs to. Oh, perfect. That way if we had multiple collections, it would actually see That's perfect. Okay. That way we can have valid, like, allow listed collections that we can add and remove if we need. Collection specific features. Okay. So that's the collection address. Oh, right. Collection address, though. Okay, cool. Owner, timestamp, sat dollar balance. NFTs should store game state as a text block summary of past 3 play sessions. In my game, we progressively summarize player and bot interactions every so often, and that is what we will store here as game state for excuse me, that specific NFT ID, and it will also see transfers between players and use in fact, it's overthinking it. I want to remove that specific NFT ID number. Okay. Let's update that. Once this schema is, this is the boring part, is just trying to figure out exactly what data you want to store. But as they say, good data in, good data out. If we have bad data in, we're going to get bad data out. Okay, let's modify the schema for that. Okay. NFTs, replace that one. Boom. Okay. Owner, ETH address, collection address, token ID, sand dollar balance, game state summary. Do we need to store anything else on an NFT?
I don't think so.
That's it, huh? Just text, sand dollars, owner, token ID. Yeah, I think that's it. And each entry itself will have an ID number too, so it can take a snapshot of when something happened, when it was transferred to another player, who that owner was, how many sand dollars they had upon transfer, and it can even update, like if something happened with sand dollar balances, you can make sure that the integrity of sand dollar balances is tied to on-chain events. So that's perfect. Game state summary, perfect. Let's see. We need 3 game state summaries. So it has historical context to some degree. So 3 text summary game states for data integrity. Which I think I can actually create myself, but I want to see what it would name it just for the sake of it naming it. Let's see what it suggests. They have their own AI assistant here in right in the SQL editor too, so you can actually chat with your data. which is wild. It's kind of worth the $10 a month just to be able to chat with all your data. A player could ask you, hey, I was playing with this NFT ID on this day, and you'd be like, no problem, you'd type that in and it would like find that data entry instantly. First, let's update NFTs table. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. So it has game state summary 1, 2, and 3. That way we'll kind of see like a progressive like work through the story, like maybe something major shifted but some things are still the same. You can actually send all 3 of these and it'll kind of know the progress of the past 3, and that'll be good. And we'll use the rule of 3. I think that'll be good enough. NFT table, user table, ETH address. Can you suggest a better schema knowing what you know so far? I feel like players need game state summaries as well as NFTs, as well as the but I may be wrong. Please take the lead on logically building out the schema for the most okay. This, I'm going to just ask it for a little bit of advice, what it thinks would be the best schema. Based on the information, the game requirements, I suggest the following improved schema that separates concerns and provides a more comprehensive structure for storing game state, player information, and NFT data. Okay. What did it change? Let's see. Boom. Done. Let's run the new one. I'm gonna actually delete these so I can start it fresh really quick. Okay, now the new rows are in. Oh, it's got all kinds of stuff. It has world state is what it suggested, users, player progress, NFTs, game state summaries, game sessions, and conversations. That's a much better schema. So conversations does summary, message count, timestamps, game session ID. So each session will actually have a totally different user ID number for each conversation had between a player and a bot. Hold on. Keep in mind, players also talk to other players. This will be a D&D style conversational storytelling game. So we want up to 4 players. 1 player will be the game host. 3 will be normal players. All will have ETH addresses, and the AI bot will also kind of be a player and hold assets, as you can see, but these things all need to be differentiated but related. So a vector database could be used to search and sort through this data effectively. And that should build out a really solid database now. Given this information, I'll modify and expand the schema to accommodate multiplayers, a game host, and an AI bot, while also considering the potential use of a vector database for efficient searching and sorting. Here's an updated schema. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop this in. I do need to delete these again. Guess I should stop running this until I actually know what I want. See, I told you this is the boring stuff, is just structuring data, but it is the most important part. Because I really don't think there's anything important anymore. Like, I think it's, your data is like all you have left in this world. Why is it failing to delete?
It depends on how well you managed it, right?
Yeah, so while this is obnoxious going through it like this, I think we just have to do this and make sure you do it right the first time. And I don't think it left anything out. Honestly, I didn't even think about like world game state and player game state, NFT game state. Those are all things I just hadn't really considered. But I guess you do. You need to kind of have like the large scale game state.
Does the game state including the inventory and everything?
Yeah, it's going to include everything, but it's just thinking about what the smartest way to summarize that data. I really don't know yet, but as long as we enter it into the database, then all we have to do is pull from the database, and then we're good. Okay, for some reason it's like not doing it. Will you just delete? Sure you want to delete? Yes. Cannot drop table because, what did it say? Other objects depend on it. Okay. So they all depend on each other, so it can't delete them? Is that what it's saying? It should work now. Yeah, and now it's deleting them. Okay, cool. So it's building like a relational database, so it even had the relationship between the 3 types of data to where it wouldn't even delete them because it's syncing them up. That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. Now we'll run the new one. Syntax error. Is a syntax error? Run. Vector does not exist. It was weird. We had someone raid the channel, but none of them said a word.
Probably sleeping right now.
Yeah. Okay, first you need to install the Pi vector extension. I will be using various vector databases, not a specific one. Do not pigeonhole me into one thing. I am a man of freedom. This is how you have to talk to these robots. I apologize for the assumption. I didn't realize you were a man of freedom. You're absolutely right. Keeping your options open is very important. Let's modify the schema to be more flexible and data agnostic when it comes to vector embeddings. Instead of using a specific vector type, we can store the embeddings as a JSON array or as a text representation that can easily be converted to the appropriate format for various vector databases. Yeah, that's great. I need the full schema, though. Full and complete. There we go. Now we should be good. Okay. All right, that is good to go. Success, no rows returned. And we have NFTs storing token ID, collection address, sand dollar balance. Great, so now they spend their sand dollars. So that's good because now I want these NFTs to transact eventually on chain, but I'm going to experiment with sand dollar transactions, like fake ones, until then. So this is perfect. And when they transact on chain, that won't need to be in the database. They will be using the base chain API to transact.
Right.
Okay, so total playtime. That's a cool one to store. Total sand dollars earned. That'll be kind of cool. Last played timestamps. User ID. Okay. And that's just player progress. Session participants. So game session ID, user ID, role. Great.
Do you want to store playtime? Like how many hours that the specific NFT has been used to play?
Yeah, it's storing that already. It is storing that. Yeah, that's on player progress. And it's hold on, NFTs. Yeah, I guess we need. Do you want total playtime for that specific NFT or for the player? Or both?
I think for NFTs will be make sense, right?
For NFTs?
Yeah, it's kind of give a bit story on the NFT.
Okay, let's do it. We should include playtime for NFTs as well. Okay. NFT table. Boom. Okay, we got playtime added.
Like if we put on the player, on the wallet, right, on the ID, then they just mix every with any of the NFT that they have, right?
so it's gonna be complicated. Don't you think?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me delete all this really quick again. I gotta stop doing this so I don't have to delete it every time. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's also easier to read when it's in here, so I guess it's whatever. Hold on. Kill off all this bad data. Okay. Let's look at it one more time. Oh, we still have one more to delete. There we go. Okay, one more time. So we've got the host user ID, timestamp, start and stop timestamp. That's great. Max players 4, status. So we can bump the max players up if we needed. Session participants, session ID, user ID, role, host, player, AI, bot. Perfect. It can know the difference between players and bots. Joined and left. NFTs. We got the token ID, collection address, owner ID, sand dollar balance, total play time, last played, created at, and updated at. That's good. All right. Game state, game session ID, summary, created, summary order, and vector embeddings as JSON. Perfect. Player progress, user ID, total playtime, total sand dollars earned, last played at, created at, updated at. World state, game session ID, game state data, created at, vector embeddings. That's perfect. So then we have like a world summary, like what is going on with the whole world. And that'll just be a block of text, and that doesn't need to be super crazy. Conversation table, session IDs, integer ID, which is the user IDs. So who was speaking and who was receiving. That's interesting. Message, created at, vector embeddings. I think that's pretty good. I actually can't think of anything else it needs. I'm going to go ahead and run that. And I'm going to call that good. Okay. Perfect. I like this one. Let's integrate it into the app now. Now that this is done, we're going to go ahead and start putting all the pieces together now into one solid experience on one page with one button. And then we just need to fix the conversational flow. And once that's done, we're going to finish smart contracts, replace those addresses with the dummy ones we currently have, and then we'll push it to testnet and actually mint really soon. As soon as I finish the stupid conversational stuff and data, there's not much else to do other than put it on testnet, try it out, and try to get people to break it and play it. First, let's create a new file for our database connection. I am a noob. When you say create a new file, you must tell me what to name it and where to put it. ELI5. Explain it like I'm 5, man. Come on. You got this. First, let's create the database file connection. Create a file. App. Okay. App. It didn't tell me where to put it. Oh, yeah. Create this file at app library. Okay. App. Okay, library. And let's do new file, db.ts. Add that in there. Schema is added. Create this file. Oh, wait, what? Where do I put the database connection file? Let's create a new file named, okay, yeah, app library database. Paste this code in, okay. Next step. Walk me through each carefully. Walk you through the next steps carefully. Let's start by creating the game utility functions file. Okay. New file, game utilities. This file contains utility functions for interacting with your Supabase database, including creating users, getting user information, blah, blah, blah. Update the use wallet connection. Hooks, yep. Replace it with this content. Done, go ahead and do that. Accept. Go app/page. Replace with this code. Okay, done. Good to go. This updated page displays the user's NFTs, including their token ID, sand dollar balance, and total play time. It's giving an error on this. Here's the updated file. Oh, I have to install Supabase. That's what it's asking. Okay, install it. Okay, it's doing its thing. And we're gonna run it and see if it broke everything. Probably did. I think it just changed my main page in ways that I did not want it to. But that's alright, we'll fix it. It doesn't look like there's any errors though, so it should just run. Yeah, it should just run. I can't believe we're gonna have a test testnet version up probably this week. Holy mackerel, this is amazing. I gotta say though, the conversation flow might hang me up for the whole week sitting here tinkering with it, but once that's done, there won't be much else to build. Though having the database will fix the conversation thing, because instead of it trying to store everything locally, it can store the conversation in the database, and that might simplify the way it was doing that now that we have this added. I am learning a lot about how to structure, sort, and search through data, so this is kind of good that this is a headache, because you can't just like automate this and not think about it. You really need to think about what your data looks like and understand it really well. Nope, it did give us an error on building. Error on build. All right. What is the error here? Import trace. Use wallet is broken. Right. Open this file. Okay. Wallet connection. Add use client directive. Okay. And then try building again. All right. Build it. Rex over here falling asleep. You know, you don't have to sit here.
Oh, I'm still here.
You still here?
Yep.
You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
Good.
Just trying to follow this through until the end of it.
There is no end. This is going to be like the Mona Lisa, man. I didn't tell you. It's going to go on forever. You know, the scary thing about open source software is that is what you're building for. So you're building for this thing to never go away, which is kind of terrifying. This purple platypus is going to terrorize the world forever.
Yeah. No, I mean like for this, not to say the end of everything, more like the first phase of, you know, just getting it released.
The end of the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
You know, I'm excited because this is something you can hand to like an old friend or something and be like, hey, I want to invite you to this new game that I helped build, and I just need some play testing, and you can invite your old friends, and it's as easy as having a conversation. That is something that is lightweight and easy to invite someone to.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see more stuff like this too that brings people together. Like I was saying, I feel like crypto's incredibly antisocial in a lot of ways. This is kind of a nudge away from that.
It's not the crypto, it's the person.
Sure. Which means we need to attract people who are more into this social type of stuff, and yeah, and I think it will. I've actually invited a few friends that I haven't talked to in a while to play some of the first play tests, and they really had a lot of fun. Everyone's laughing and having a blast, and some of these people I haven't spoke to in like almost a year, and I had them do the playtest, and they were just rolling, laughing, and said they would love to come back again. So it's already, even though it's not even really done, it's just in a broken early alpha phase, and people are still enjoying it. So that's great.
Yeah. At least, you know, the first impression, it's always motivating.
Sure. Okay, so it looks like we did get an error. Looks like it is a minor error though. Pretty easy one to fix. Okay, now update the page. Run. Whoops. Not mean to do that. Yeah, it's having some weird issue here.
The database is not connected properly.
Yeah, I broke the wallet connection for some reason. I might need to roll it back, but I think this should be pretty easy to fix, though. Okay, connector. I think we just have to connector. No, what is it doing here? Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do here is roll it back. I think I broke it a little too much here. Okay, that's back to where it was fixed. And then this one is whatever. Okay, so this should build like it is. Maybe. No, actually I'm gonna roll it back to here. Accept. Shouldn't be changing it while it's building, but all right. I'll just do it again. This has been so painstaking though. I'm enjoying these small little bugs because I know that these are easy to fix. I've actually ran into some of the issues it's talking about right now and kind of know how to fix it already. And it's exciting that this is just stupid little things. And once all the stupid little things are out of the way, we'll be able to just go ahead and spin it up and then run it. And the way I'm building this app is so modular and like you can move stuff around, plug it in different places. It's going to be pretty easy once I'm past this, because this is the last two features, is the database and conversation manager. And I don't think I can think of anything else we need really, other than building out the map and all the crazy stuff. But that's, who knows, maybe everyone hates this and I don't even build that out because everyone's like, your game sucks. Which they might.
Yeah,
They might be like, I hate your game and I'm never playing it, and then I'm sitting here just,
the possibility is there.
yes.
Maybe they just fork it, just because they want to sell the shit on.
Yeah. Hey,
You know what I mean?
honestly, this is, if something like this launched in the last NFT bull run, it would have been like the top project in all of crypto. Now it's just some garbage that everyone hates. No, I'm just kidding. That would be the irony, though. Like, the coolest thing you could ever launch in NFT history, and everyone's like, this sucks. Typical
Yeah,
humans.
I mean, it's good they started to find a purpose in NFT.
Yeah,
No.
we need some purpose bad. That's why I never really launched a collection until now, because I didn't want to just do something like everyone else. I had to do something that you could chew on, something that has legs, that can go and run and do something, and not just sit there and be like, oh, here's this NFT. Cool, what do I do with it? I don't know. You have it though. Okay, you're importing a component.
I had enough with the cool kit things.
Okay, we have an error, but it's a new error. I like new errors. Oh, add client. That's all it was, right? Okay. Also, make sure you use connect hook as we discussed in the previous message. But it breaks. Connect hook gives an error, though. Please advise. Okay. Should be able to fix it pretty easily. I can't even imagine what the world is going to look like in just several years of people doing this. If people like me are building silly little games and whatever, imagine the people who finally like me, like several years from now, I'm probably gonna be able to build some really big, crazy, cool stuff way faster and way more complex. Imagine the people who really like are good right now, what they're gonna build in several years. And man, the world is about to just build some of the most amazing stuff, and it's not that hard to do.
I don't know, man. It's hard to to answer that kind of question, because
I'm asking you to predict the future.
yeah,
Which would be handy. If I could have done that, I would have had a lot of Bitcoin right now.
people feel boring to do good things, bro. They don't see a benefit of doing goods.
A lot of people don't.
Yeah,
Many people
that's
do,
why
though. There are a lot of people doing good things. There's just, I think, an equal amount of people doing crappy things.
they only love to speculate, but they don't love to put effort.
That's okay. The people who do like to put in effort
And
will be rewarded. I do believe we're moving into a phase of crypto where it's not going to be like it was before. Like, people are getting fed up. People are wanting to see more. I mean, look what I'm doing. Like, I'm fed up with the way a lot of things are, so I'm like building what I want to see because I'm just sick of it, like everyone. Okay, it should load this time. No. Okay, it's all right.
I kind of blame some part of it because of the monetization of everything. People are trying to monetize everything.
Turning everything into a commodity.
Yeah, it's I don't know. That's what makes society corrupt even more.
Well, I gotta ask you. I mean, that's what we're doing right now. We are creating,
I mean, like I would say this: you don't have to monetize everything,
Yeah. Only where it makes sense.
Yeah, it is. But this is what makes things get crazier when everything is being monetized. They're trying to. I think I would say this. It's like they're trying to cover their loss by some of quick buck scheme. Yeah, I mean, like it's weird. It's hard. I mean, like I'm okay with the hard labor, paid job. Just like doing work instead of
Hard labor is actually good for the soul. Picking up and working with your hands and stuff.
it is.
One of the things that I'm building this game is it is a conversational thing because I am sick of looking at the screen. I am sick of typing, and this is the type of content that I could close my eyes and play on stream and not have to look at the screen anymore. And once I'm done, I can close it, go outside and do something. Heck, I could do this while I was taking a walk if I wanted. I could play this game. And that's what I want to see more in the world, is things that allow you to unchain yourself from a chair and a couch and really go out and connect with people. And not all of it needs to be dystopian.
Exactly. Like we are dystopian enough.
Yeah.
Bro, give me a minute. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
My son just woke up.
Okay. Yep. Well, if anyone's on stream, I actually just realized I have to head out here shortly. I'm going to end the stream, but I hope you enjoyed what you're seeing. I hope you learned something. If you're wanting to build a marketplace with District 0x, similar to what I've been doing on stream here, if you're wanting to use any one of the marketplaces, want to see something new from Meme Factory, or want to play this game, this is kind of just a glorified marketing campaign for Streamtide. But it does have a legitimate use. It is the new marketplace on District 0x, and I am going to be going through some of the old district proposals here pretty soon because we can build apps so much easier. We don't really need a district builder that we were designing before, and we can just build them like this. So I'm going to dig into that next and tear into all of our districts and start building some new things as well. So if there's something you want to build or you've put in a district proposal in the past, hit me up. I think I'm going to take some of my favorite ones and start with them. There's actually a district that was an old game from a really older community member that's been around for a long time. I think I'm going to pick one of those up and build it here pretty soon when I'm done with this game. But I'm just going to kind of get the ball rolling on some of these and upload them to GitHub so the people who originally put those in can see them, and maybe even continue them if they so desire. But yeah, let me know if you're interested in building something too. But I am going to have to end the stream right now, so